You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. The N-word.
I'm gonna come.
We're so incredibly back, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ASTROLABE. It is Friday. I've been looking forward to that. I needed that. Right here. Oh, man. What a week. What a week. First Citizen says, I'm ready for war. Let's go, boys. It's time to win. It's time to win for Charlie. We mourned him yesterday. Now we win. There's so much winning that's happening. I've got so many things to play for you guys today. We're going to have a good time. We'll laugh. We're going to have some serious stuff to discuss. And maybe most importantly, it is a pseudo-wave day. We are going to pseudo-wave. You guys ready for that? It's a good one. I've heard it's a good one. I haven't watched it because, I'm not allowed to watch it. I have to wait. I have to react to it in real time. So I'm going to do that. And also, if we get through everything, then I put it in the title, so we've really got to get to it. Slutty Milk says, the pseudo-wave is a banger. A pseudo-wave in this economy? That's right, Saxon Hale. We are going to pseudo-wave tonight. And if I put it in the title, so hopefully we get to it, I have a conversation between, I guess it's a conversation, Tucker Carlson and Mark Cuban on the All In podcast. It was very good. Actually, on September 10th, I had it queued up. I was going to play it. And obviously other things happened. But I think it's a good one. I think there's a lot to get out of it. So we are going to play that here at the back end of the show. Yes, we do need a Chuck Dirk emoji. We absolutely have got to have a Chuck Dirk emoji. Thank you for reminding me. Let me put that in the to-do list here. Chuck Dirk emoji. Okay, yeah. All right, let's see. Do I have any housekeeping? I don't really think I do. So today we're going to get back to normal. I think this is exactly what we had our period of mourning. I think this is exactly what Charlie would be wanting. We're going to get back to normal. We're going to pump the energy up, and we're going to go. We are going to go. Now is the time to win. We have been given a gigantic window. We're going to take advantage of it. That's right, Slutty Milk. He'd want to get right back to action. He is a man of action. And so we are going to act. We're going to talk about the mass purge of the libs that's happening. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the administration's response. We're going to talk about some of the things that people are suggesting that are very bad ideas. We're not going to do. We're going to talk about why. And I just remembered here that there was something that I said I was going to include in today's show that I didn't have prepared for. So I'm going to make sure I have this open in a separate tab so we can discuss it at the appropriate time. Tweet of mine from way back here. So I've got to scroll back through the timeline for a little bit. Where did I talk about that? It's the talking about turning the other cheek. We're going to get to that here a little bit later in the show. There will be a time for that. And so it was back before Charlie because I posted it in response to Arena and the things associated with that. It's just incredible that was like 3 days ago, if that. Last few days have been very, very long. But it's time for us to pick ourselves up by the nutsacks and power forward. There are great opportunities ahead of us, and we need to take advantage of them.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
And
we're going to start a tower. We're going to start a tower today. There are great opportunities that are ahead of us that we need to take advantage of, and we need to take advantage of them intelligently. The Aryan is rising, and the Aryan must rise like an Aryan. Now, I forgot to mention, first of all, let me react to the tip here. So, Artax Mudbutt, thank you, sir, for the tip. $10. Beginning, where'd everything go? There we go. Yes, thank you, man. I appreciate you. And before I make the comments I was going to make, let me, we have an alpha male alert from Mr. Dave Johnson.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
drinking late at work waiting for a labe. The one last night brought a few tears to my eyes about Charlie Kirk.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you, man. Yes, when I finished, I I was not prepared for Hulk at the end to hit me the way that it did.
The white
And
man is back, baby. The white man is back.
E.
there's the eye from Austin Trees. Thank you, man. $5. The tower is beginning. All right, let me. You guys can keep sending in your tips. I will. Let me mute the alerts for just a moment here, so I can say this. I was when I played Hulk last night. I did not expect it to hit me the way that it did, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And just everything came apart, and I just wept. Harder than I had to that point. But and I was thinking about our president. I was thinking about what he's got to be feeling, losing his friends the way that he did. And so I said a prayer for him. And yeah, we got to have our times to mourn. You can't be ashamed of those things. You can't hold them back. You can't suppress them. You got to let that out. You got to let it out. But once you let it out, you can't wallow in it. Wallowing doesn't do anything for anyone. Charlie would not want you to wallow. He would want you to get right back to work. So we are going to get to work. And there are many ways that we can do that. Now, one thing I forgot to mention at the end of the stream last night was some calls to action. First of all, I was going to say do it today. Maybe some of you guys did, but if you didn't today, go tomorrow. Go to Starbucks and order Charlie's drink. It was I believe it's called like a Majestic Mint. My wife was looking it up last night, and she said whatever he'd called it wasn't quite right. I think it was called a Majestic Mint with 2 honeys. And what she suggested was order it and give your name as Chuck Dirk. If you want to do that, you could do that. You have my permission. You could give your name as Chuck Dirk. If you don't want to like deal with that whole thing, just say Charlie. Just say it's for Charlie. And give yourself an opportunity to maybe have a little conversation with the person. That's number 1. Number 2, actually this should be number 1. This is the most obvious, the most important one, is if you don't have a prayer rule, establish one. By prayer rule, I just mean a prayer that you say every single day, consistently, when you wake up in the morning and before you go to sleep at night. There are Orthodox prayer apps that you can download if you don't know what to say, you don't know one, just you can go find one. If nothing else, just say the Jesus prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Just say that. So you could say it 10 times, say it 50 times, just say that. So establish a prayer rule. Pray in the morning, pray at night. If you have a family, pray with your family. The next thing, go to church this Sunday. I don't care what denomination. I'm not gonna be picky. Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, whatever. Just go to church. Go to church this Sunday, and encourage those around you to do the same. Even if they don't normally go or they don't know where to go, just pick one. Just pick one. Just go surround yourself with believers. Imagine what it would do for people, for the nation, if there was a huge outpouring, a huge rush to church this Sunday, and then the next one, and then the next one. Go to church. And then the last one. This is more of a long-ranging call to action. And I'm not exactly sure about the specific details of it just yet, but it was something that occurred to me, and I forgot to mention it. I was kicking myself for not mentioning it, is see about joining TPUSA. They're going to need... They're going to struggle for leadership. There's no question about it. Losing a powerful generational leader like Charlie, that sort of energy, the commitment, the work ethic, the just completely indefatigable optimism and dedication to purpose, that's going to hurt. It's going to hurt them. They're going to struggle. And there's going to be the opportunity for let's say ne'er-do-wells to insert themselves and begin subverting it against its purpose. And it's a great opportunity for our guys to insert themselves and begin taking over yet another powerful institution and doing it in the name of Charlie, pushing it in the direction that he would have wanted it to go. Now that one's more long-reaching, and it might require a more kind of laid out strategy for it. But it was something that occurred to me. Don't let TPUSA die, and don't let it be subverted. This powerful organization that he built through the sheer indomitable will of his own spirit. Don't let it die. Don't let it be subverted. And personally, frankly, I don't completely know what that even means. It could mean donating. It could mean volunteering. It could mean getting hired. It could mean just about anything. Go do get out the vote work. Go do marketing or I'm sure they're going to have lots of openings potentially. I would imagine that they're going to have a lot of people who are now interested in it and want to get involved. We've crossed a threshold. We're into a new age. And the American spirit has kicked into gear. It's picked up. It's just all over the place. I thought for a little bit about trying to go through all these things. I've got a few handful of videos of people reacting, but I thought about doing, so I was like, there's no way. It would be an incredibly long episode of just going through all the different people reacting to him, and having their minds changed or just kind of commenting in disbelief about what they're feeling and not understanding it. There's going to be a tremendous opportunity here. We got to make sure that our guys are represented in that. Yes, I got to turn the alert box back on here. Lionel Johnson.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Did you catch Nick F's video? He went up many points in my book.
Yes, I did. And I've got one clip from that today. I strongly encourage you guys. Go to Rumble or cozy.tv where Nick Fuentes streams and go watch his stream from yesterday. It was tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. I picked out, I think, I wanted to do more, and maybe we'll do more in the future, but I picked out the clip that I think was the best. And we're going to react to it today. We've been talking about this. I think there's a great chance here for him to step into this void and grow up a lot. Yeah, Tikon, I hope he's genuine too. I think, and honestly, I don't doubt that he's genuine. But I want to see him stick to it. I want to see him, what's the word here? Like I want to see stickiness here. I want to see some staying power to this. Let this be a transformational moment. Cause he's always been like, he's had the really, really good and the really, really bad, and he has them mixed. Now is a great time he's undeniably, it's already happening. It's been happening even before this, and it's especially going to happen now, and especially after that episode yesterday. He's going to have a massive, massive audience. He already had a big one. It's going to be massive. He's going to be an American cultural icon for a long time now. So pray for the man. Pray for the man that he is responsible with the power that he is being bequeathed, that it makes him a better man. You know, a lot of people are I'm not going to counter signal him. There's stuff that he's said and done that, there's people comparing his comments on Charlie a couple weeks ago to his comments now, and I think that's bad faith. I think that's bad faith. I'm not ruling out the possibility that he's doing this entirely cynically, but you can't know that. You can't know the man's heart. All you can track is what he does. And if through a pattern of behavior over the next several weeks or months, it becomes evident that he was doing this cynically, then you could say, yeah, he was doing it cynically. But these are exactly the sort of moments that change a man. So he could have been entirely sincere when he said a couple of weeks ago that Charlie was like, he's like some not a real Christian. He could have been entirely sincere then. Think about how many of you, even me, the big Chuck Dirk advocate for the last several months, even me, like I was changed by this. my assessment of him, my appreciation for him as a patriot and as a Christian missionary to his own people. You got to give people the latitude to change. You got to allow it. And now is not a time for bad faith. Now is the time for good faith. Because here's the other thing. I kind of touched on this yesterday. That we knew things like this were coming down the line. And more things like this are going to happen. Both of these things are true. We're going to keep winning. And many things are going to get better and better. And more things like this are going to happen. Both of these are going to exist simultaneously. And what's going to happen with a lot of people is an event like that, the way that it hit everyone, has a powerful awakening effect. So there's a bunch of people that are coming online who were not online before. And there's going to be a huge rubber band effect. For good and for evil. There's going to be a lot of hate and resentment and unrestrained anger. So to this point, the role that we've occupied has been one where, like, we're the radicals. We're the extremists. We're the ones that are on the fringe that are having to push the Overton window and drive it forward and try to activate people, wake people up. But now is the time for us to be powerful moderates. Now is the time for us to be a stabilizing force. This goes into what you say online, what you say in your group chats, what you say to family members, how you relate to friends. All of these social connections that you have, it's time for you to be the stable, moderating node. Because this has the potential to be tremendously destabilizing. And some destabilization is good. We have to break the old frame. But it's not enough to just break the old frame. We have to establish the new one. And you can't establish the new one by throwing aside virtue and prudence. Now is a time for wisdom, for patience, and for men of good character. Now is the time. This is why we do not black pill. This is why we keep our eyes upward and forward. Always driving forward. Not veering off into the ditch and wallowing around in the mud and screeching and squealing and yelling and dooming. That's not behavior that befits a white man. That's not behavior that befits a Christian. We'll get into more of this. I've got some thoughts from other people, and I have more of my own. But I want to make sure we get into all of this here, and got a lot of stuff for today. Got a lot of things to watch that are kind of long, so we are going to kick it off now. So let's see here. Let me make sure everything's set up right. I got to return all my settings.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
I'm more pessimistic about Nick. I think most are. However, I am hopeful of seeing even people like Shu and Hair Post, as well as several Stormy creators, coming out hard in support of Charlie and recognition of what needs to be done.
Okay, there wasn't any
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
I dunno, y'all seem midwitos to me. See you in Valhalla with Cash and Charlie. The white man's burdens, why fix the black and Jew.
Oh, thank you, Wignat Wigger. Yes, we're very milquetoast here. Let me react to what Ruthuglican said here. There was no punctuation in there, so it kind of all blended together. I'm more pessimistic about Nick, than I think most are. However, I am hopeful seeing even people like Shu and her post, as well as this was Shu on Head had a long post that she made that basically saying that she she's not doing like the left me. She's just like these people cannot be, you can't live with these people. She's like, I'm still basically a 2015 Bernie bro, but you can't live with these people. And he said, as well as several Stormy creators coming out hard in support of Charlie in recognition of what needs to be done. Yeah, and like you, the hopefulness is not something that you need to have, outside stimulus that creates it for you. You can't be dependent upon the outside things to be hopeful. Hope is a Christian virtue. So you have to cultivate it and you have to choose to be hopeful. Especially when you're being bombarded with stimulus that makes you feel like you can't be hopeful. That's the time when you have to call it forth the most. Oh, it's supposed to be normie creators. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. He said he's hopeful as several normie creators coming out in support of Charlie in recognition of what needs to be done. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna talk a lot about that. Appreciate giving the $3 to tell me that I'm milquetoast Wignat Wigger. You're a patriot. Yeah, Cash saying see you in Valhalla was it's so funny to me how people just pick the silliest things to just wig out about. Speaking of wiggers, just like see you in Valhalla. This is it's like a military thing. Military guys say this to each other. It's a gaming thing. It's not like, oh, I'm a Norse pagan. You get, oh, he's a Hindu. How could he say see you in Valhalla? It's a figure of speech. He's calling Charlie a warrior. Charlie was a friend of his. The dude is reacting to a friend of his. Have a fucking soul, man. This is the sort of autism that is just thoroughly unhelpful. Oh, did you know he's actually a Hindu? And he said, see you in Valhalla? And Charlie was a Christian? So Charlie's not going to go to Valhalla. Fucking retards. This is like everybody, you have to have a thing to say. You have to react to everything all the time. So when a thing happens, you just, it becomes totally predictable. You know exactly what the person's going to say. You know when they're going to react to it, how they're going to react to it. It's okay to just not react to things.
Back, baby! The white man is back.
Christ is our only hope, our only salvation. Have mercy on us, Lord, our God.
So true, Lionel Johnson. So true. Valhalla Bat is very funny, though. Valhalla Bat is very, very funny. See, making memes as a reaction thing, that's great. But just doing this like super insufferable, insecure, did you know he's brown? Did you know that there's a disjunction between him being brown and him citing a Norse pagan myth and saying it about a white Christian guy? Doesn't make any sense. Fuck off. Let's get started. How to get a funny one in here to begin. Ben Bankus. This is from September 8th. So the timing here is very funny.
Trump tomorrow. White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
My read on CK before this was that he was totally fine and whatever, would never really seek him out. I didn't need RW nudging, honestly. I've spent the last 36 hours absorbing his work. Erika's speech was the end of 20th century American conservatism.
Yes, see you in the camp. Erika's speech. I'm not gonna play it on here. I think you can go watch it if you need to. In fact, I'd encourage you to go watch it. Go watch Charlie's wife, the absolute shield maiden. That is a powerful woman. I watched her speech, and I was crying more than she was. Other people posted in the King Pill Discord the same thing. Incredibly good. I do not know how she did it. But you could hear the steel in her voice. She didn't give some token like now's the time for peace and unity and no. This woman's ready to go on the warpath. She is going to step into his shoes. She is going to embody his legacy. Powerful, powerful stuff. It was beautiful to see. That is a strong woman. What was the line that she said? She said, like, if someone remembers exactly what it is, you can put it in the chat. She said something to the effect of, like, let the tears of this widow be a battle cry, or something like that. Oh, yeah, Karate Man. I thought I was out of tears. I did too. I didn't expect I was going to cry again today, but that was, and I was basically like, okay, I'm ready to go. Let's go. And then the speech came on, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch this and see what she says. And man, just
welcome to the Gulag.
Had to stop what I was doing.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Welcome, 11 to 7, new subscriber. I just had to stop what I was doing. I couldn't focus on anything else, and I was just sitting here and just wept again. That poor woman and her children. Okay.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
This demands an Erika.
It does. Thank you for, I was about to go on without doing that, and that would have been an atrocity. Thank you, Colonic Birdbath. What a name. You guys have incredible names in here. An Erica. For Erica and Charlie.
Auf der einen blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
Oh, knowing the lyrics to that song too now just makes it hit even harder. You know, there's a, maybe I'll include this in another show or something like that. But if you want, you can go look up the story of how they met. They met because he bumped into her. She had some little like booth or something at an airport, and he bumped into her there and got to talking, and then invited her to apply for a job with TPUSA. They sat down with a job interview and ended up taking 3 hours. And at the end of it, he said, "Yoel, I've got some bad news for you. I can't hire you." And she was like, "Oh, okay. You know, that's all right. I'll go back to my business." And he said, "I can't hire you because I want to date you." And so they began dating. And well, the rest is future. If you watched Candace Owens' video last night, which was also very good. And I've never really been a big Candace Owens fan. I met her once and was not super impressed, but you got to leave those things aside when you're dealing with matters like this. It was a beautiful eulogy to her friend with some very interesting comments toward the end.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Erika is like Olga of Kiev. They killed her king, and she's ready for war to destroy them for what they did. I can't recommend looking that story up enough. First Melania, now Erika.
Yes. Like St. Olga of Kiev. Man. Yes. They killed her king. Now she's ready for war to destroy them for what they did. There's a video out there of Charlie telling the whole story. I haven't watched the video. I just read the details of it. But you can go find that story. Okay. Now, let's get going.
Trump tomorrow was like, we're going to put all the homeless people in concentration camps. We'd be like, let's give it a shot. Do like a pilot project. Just pick one city, like Portland or Seattle or something. Tampa have a lot of homeless? All right, we'll just pick Tampa. But the problem would be is then, right after, it's a slippery slope, right? You walk around after all the homeless people will be taken away and be like, this is pretty nice. Who else?
Foreshadowing.
You'd be on high alert. Any little blip in society, like, oh, was that for the camps? What was that? Yeah, send them to the camp. Don't do that, because we're a good country. When you see somebody, a homeless person, just be like, I'm letting that guy be homeless. I'm letting that happen. When I go to vote for Donald Trump for a third term, we won't. Liberals get triggered by that. What do you mean? We'll see.
The libs are going in camps and you're blackpilling? Couldn't be me. It's pseudo-wave day? And you're blackpilling? Trump 47, week 34 of 208. Kirk wave. It's time for the Kirk wave, boys. I Don't Care Anymore, plus Heartbeat, featuring an edit by Severus Chud. Tuck in, boys. Let's go.
Britain is one of the greatest countries in the history of the world. You are the country of Shakespeare, the steam engine, you defeated Napoleon, you destroyed the slave trade. My country, America, became great as it is because of what we inherited from you, from Britain.
I really want you guys to understand
The N-word.
Time is running out. And a lot of black people say that, but for real. Part of why the civil rights movement has been so successful, and part of why those who have come after in terms of our leadership have been able to maintain a presence, is that black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they can be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all, because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? They're going to talk to you? Yeah, right.
If you're a Christian white parent who loves the Lord and loves your children, that you need to have the talk. The talk that we're referencing is the talk that takes your children according to their maturity at the proper time, the appropriate time, and says, there are certain parts of town that you cannot go. And there are certain people that you cannot be around.
I asked Grok for a conservative count of the number of times the George Floyd video was played, looking at tweets and social media, Instagram, news networks. It came to a conservative number of 975 million times. That is not counting retweets. So that is a snapshot of this liberal disease, the hierarchy of problems. The media and politicians, people like Stelter, implore you not to cover one problem, but to amplify another one. to a destructive degree that leads to riots, leads to dozens of deaths. But do not cover this other thing because that is racist. And that is not as important. In the hierarchy of problems, we decide what you cover.
I've made clear Attorney General Pam Bondi is working really hard. We must get answers about the causes of these repeated attacks, and we're working very, very hard on that. The Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it. And there was also a horrible killing recently in Charlotte, I talked about, and so many others, and we're going to get to the end of it. And, you know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions.
But I hope the family won't mind me sharing, but after Irina's death, the embassy in Ukraine called and said, we'll help you bring her home. And her family said no. They said she loved America. We're going to bury her here. So I think we can give her an America to be proud of. As Mr. Barnacle said, something here is broken, and we're here to fix it.
We have a problem of mass violence against white people in this country that has gone completely unchecked and in some cases encouraged. And in every single case, you have people like Van Jones going on TV and making excuses for it. And it's disgusting.
The right to violence. All oppressed people have the right to violence. I'm going to tell you something. It's like the right to people. You got to have the right place. You got to have the right time. You got to have the appropriate situation. And I'm absolutely convinced this is it.
It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're not the radical type. But if you thought that you were going to shut a movement down, you're going to get a rude awakening. You woke us the fuck up.
It's like when something like this happens, the test is really simple. Like, is your reaction just like, oh my God, this is horrible, and we can't have this in our society? Or do you have anything at all else to say? Anything. And I don't care. That includes just going like, now, while I don't agree with Charlie Kirk on his issues, you know, like, I don't care. There should be no qualifier. No qualifier whatsoever. Goddamn psychotic barbarians. Like, who the fuck thinks this is okay? And then to get into like, well, he wasn't for gun control, well, he wasn't for this. It's like, okay, we're not having a political conversation right now. We're having a spiritual conversation, and you're possessed by the devil.
I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
Hey, Bill! Bill! Hey, Bill! Hey, Dave! Hey! Dave. Shh! What's going on? Come on! Wendy's sleeping. Come on, man! What? Don't wake her up. Come on, let's go! What? Race war! Race war? Come on, Bill! Race war! What do you mean? Remember, didn't we always talk about wanting to do that? I don't remember that at all. Come on, Bill! Race war! You can be captain. I'm going to be sergeant. No. Oh, is that Wendy? Yeah, you woke her up. Tell her I said hey. Is she still mad at me? Yeah, she is. Come on, man, race war. Bring her. No, don't bring her. What is she? What? She's Italian. Yeah, don't bring her. Hey, you want to get her? No. You like her. That's right. No. That's right. Come on, man. Well, don't tell her. She might tell the Italians. Dude, it's the same race. As what? Us. What? Yeah. No. Yeah. We're American. English. That's America. There's one. Come on, Bill, I'm gonna get that guy. I'll come back. He was in a truck. Couldn't get him.
There was a
R.I.P.
horrific
Trevor.
fire on my block in Washington, D.C., right after a mass shooting when D.C. defunded their police. We had just brought home our newborn baby, and the lives of my wife and my newborn child was under threat. And we felt horribly vulnerable, and we felt truly like we had nowhere to go. Charlie Kirk allowed me and my wife and my family, my young family, to stay in his condo here in Florida, and to search for a new home, to have refuge and shelter when our home had been horribly fire damaged and when bullets rang out on my block that could have struck my family. And Charlie was there for us, and he never asked for anything in return. This is why, in fact, I live in Florida. My family has quintupled since then in children and in blessings, and it's because of Charlie. Extrapolate that to tens of, if not hundreds of millions of young lives who Charlie has affected, and what you are seeing on your screen right now is perhaps the single most effective spokesperson for the American dream that we've ever seen or witnessed in our lives. It's why he is an American martyr and a Christian martyr, and we will continue his work.
It is my honor to be able to introduce you guys to one of the greatest fighters that I know, who is so intentional, who is so amazing, and he never backs down from the fight because he knows who and what he fights for, and that is God, it's his family, and it's country. I want to introduce you guys to my husband, Charlie Kirk.
You are commanded to go do something productive with your life.
Okay, I've been asked that question a lot. First of all, that question should not even have to be asked, but when people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilization stops talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
The sun, every desert heart that wants the flood, come and bring your need. There is love in love.
I mean, so you're going to force me and shame me. No, hold on a second. I'm the hateful one.
It's really just like common courtesy.
It is never common courtesy to lie. This is very important, everybody. Even if your parents share values and views and a worldview that you do not have, you are biblically obligated to honor them, which means to spend time with them and to love on them and to go visit them.
He spoke to people's hearts, not just about his love of country, not just about his love of freedom of speech, but also about his love of Christ and his deep, devout Christianity, which he always put front and center, even up to and including this final day.
Fox News
decides Donald Trump is president of the United States. We've got our republic back, folks.
Let's go. There it is.
Everybody should remember this moment. Look, I'm gonna echo Charlie from earlier. Remember where you were when this happened. Remember where you were when you realized that the Uniparty and all of these, just the establishment, you said it's time to actually participate, and look what you guys have done.
And if anyone deserves to get tears in his eyes, it's Charlie. I think we all agree.
I think Erica was chopping some onions or something in the break room.
No one has worked harder than Charlie for this.
We gotta hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God.
It's all God. It's all God. God alone. God alone.
That's all I can say.
Britain is one of the great.
Well done, good and faithful servant. What a man. And shout out to the Patriot, the maker of the pseudo-wave, the maker of the Kirk wave. God bless you, man. Here's a link to the Kirk wave part alone, if you want that to share. I'll include it in the links afterwards. Yeah, I think that was the best pseudo yet. It was very, very good. It was beautiful. All right, let's keep going. Here's some good news. Briefly on a non-Charlie note. So something miraculous is happening as this Catholic school student is now out of critical condition. Remember this girl? From the Annunciation School shooting? It's something doctors once thought impossible for 12-year-old Sofia Forchas, who's improved to serious condition. An improvement from the critical condition, doctors said. Fragments of the bullet are still in her brain. Half of her skull was removed to relieve pressure. She even suffered a stroke. Despite all that, we're witnessing a medical miracle. Sophia's opening her eyes. She's moving her legs. She's fighting with everything in her. She came terrifyingly close to becoming the third fatality of the Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis, but she's still here. Keep praying for her. Miracles are happening in America, boys. Oops, hold on. Oh no. Hang on a second. Don't do it, Streamlabs. I swear to God, do not do it. You guys still got me? Streamlabs is starting to chimp. Okay, you guys still got me. All right, good. All right, looks like things are back to normal again.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
A widow's tears are our pathway to abilities many see us, unnaturally based.
Yes, Wignat Wigger. Very, very true. There is tremendous power in widow's tears. The impact that they have, that there is one thing that's very clear about what's happening right now is that the Spirit of God is moving over our nation and by extension over the entire world. More and more people suddenly are coming online. When they're coming online, their spiritual senses are becoming attuned. Everyone's feeling it. Some people know what they're feeling. Many people don't. But there is tremendous spiritual power in the tears of a widow. This video was posted today by the White House, just ahead of Erica's remarks.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, even a few months ago, we would have been, you hear this sort of distinctly Christian rhetoric coming from the White House would have been like, wow, look at that. Look what the White House is posting. But years have passed in the past couple of days. Now, this is par for the course. Take this stuff to heart, man. Take his words to heart. He knew what was coming. He may not have known it was coming to him, but he knew what was coming. He was speaking directly to those of us who needed to hear it after he was gone. That's the spirit of God working in him. He knew what was coming, and he dedicated his entire life to ensuring that the world was equipped to pick up where he left off. Now I'm going to play some of these videos here of, I've got a couple from some Orthodox priests with some solemn counsel for us. And then I've got a number of reactions from different people. And I've got a clip here from the Giga Jew and a number of things here. So let's go. This first one here. So this is the way I grew up. I grew up with a lot of this kind of, the Protestant evangelical minister preaching from his soul. And so this hits like a sentimental spot for me. I know it's not necessarily everyone's cup of tea, but he's exactly right. He is exactly right with everything that he says here.
It's interesting that the bullet hit his neck, his vocal pipes.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
We all knew what was coming. More or less, each human being was moved by the winds of change. The time has come to skewer your critics, kill your father, and eat the children of the left. The difficulty lies in how literally you interpret that.
That's a good point. That is a good point. How literally do you interpret that? And you got to be careful with that sort of thing, because there are too many. Not too many. There are many people who don't have the faculties to understand how to walk this narrow line. You hear that kind of rhetoric, and you might be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!" But that sort of thing is all over in the Bible. It's a hard message. We have to walk that narrow line. We have to be able to balance that. And I've got more thoughts on that. We'll get to it here in just a minute.
Hit his neck, his vocal pipes, his breath. It's a tragedy that no one could expect would ever happen, but at the same time, can I tell you this, that Charlie Kirk was not murdered, he was martyred. And there's a difference. Stay with me just for a second. I need to find this verse. In the book of Revelation, when the Lamb broke the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of all those who had been martyred for the word of God and for being faithful to their testimony. They shouted to the Lord and said, O sovereign Lord, holy and true, how long before you judge the people who belong to this world and avenge our blood for what they have done to us? Understand this. What happened today was the enemy making a horrible play against the kingdom of heaven. Because what the Bible says in Revelation, that when a martyr's blood hits the throne of heaven, it turns the vengeance of the king towards the evil one on this earth. I'm telling you that heaven has been awakened and God is on the move. There is no reason to doubt. There is no reason to fear that the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords has said, my will be done on earth as it is in heaven. There's a God that's moving in victory even now. That when the blood of the martyr touches the throne of the king, even the angels turn and say, how much longer must we wait? Can I tell you, the enemy made a horrible move today when he took out Charlie Kirk. Because it wasn't about killing somebody out of a hate crime. It wasn't about somebody disagreeing in a debate. It wasn't about somebody being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was about a man who stood on biblical conviction. And he chose to stand for the kingdom. And I'm telling you, he wasn't murdered. He was martyred. And there's a difference.
Yeah, that's your evangelical for you. Yeah, Lord Breezy says, evangelicals are my people culturally. They're good people. Be patient with them. They know not what they do. Yes. Humbridger says, too much charisma for my dull Presby soul. Yeah. Yeah. Go to an Orthodox liturgy. Tyler says, if evangelicals didn't believe in saints, they do now. Yes. Yes. These are the sorts of things that will radically transform someone's perspective. These are ancient truths being brought to life now. And particularly why I wanted to play that clip was because of his point about the blood of the martyrs touching the throne of God. And the angels champing at the bit. How much longer, Lord? How much longer are we going to wait? We're going to wait as long as we need to. But we've been given an opening. We have a great opportunity now to make huge advances that were completely unthinkable. This is why I've been telling people, keep your head. Don't get bogged down in despair. Never doom. We've had two of the greatest tragedies that we've experienced in our lifetime, collectively as a species, within the last week. I know Arena's murder was weeks ago, but the impact of it hit within this last week. Two of the greatest tragedies of our lifetime. And yet we're seeing in real time exactly how God works good through great evil. We're living through the gospel. We're experiencing it in real time right now. People's souls are being awakened. Deep ancient truths becoming immediately present to us. We are winning. We will win. We know how the story ends already. We may not know when it ends, but we know how it ends. Our job is to be faithful and consistent and determined. Steel your resolve and soften your heart. Soften your heart so that you can feel the Spirit, so that you can hear him speaking to you. And steel your resolve so that you aren't being dragged off away from the path that he's laying out for you. Some wisdom.
I think our natural reaction is to say we're going to rise up, we're going to be angry, we're going to be frustrated. Maybe not, take up arms, but this is going to be something we're going to fight for. And then you heard the gospel this morning from St. Mark, where he said, Herod feared John because John was holy and John was pious. That is our greatest weapon, is holiness and piety. Our greatest strength is to not react. React in prayer, of course. We need to pray for Charlie. We need to pray for all of these people. But our strength is our control of our passions. Our sins have led to the fracturing of this culture, of this country, and of this world. And I said to my parishioners last night in a message, we need to repent, because this world will not get better unless I change myself. The fathers say this all the time, right? Don't change anyone else but yourself. That's fasting, but that's orthodoxy. Let's work on ourselves, and the world will be changed.
Father Joseph Gainig. Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. The great evil that has been manifested in our world is because of our sins. We killed Charlie. That's what that means. We killed Charlie due to our own lack of faith, our own laziness, our own intemperance, our own indulgence of our passions. We let him down. It's on us. And until we embrace that and let that truth sink in and change us, we'll continue on that path. But we've been given a tremendous grace in the assassination of Charlie, which is for this truth to be made real, for people's hearts to be softened by the Spirit. It was a warning to us. This way lies death and destruction. Here's what it looks like. Now is not the time to change other people. Now is the time to change ourselves. And as we change ourselves, the world changes. The logos of reality, the fundamental operating principle of the universe, is human. This is the meaning, this is the significance of the incarnation. Humanity has been bound eternally to divinity. And it's our responsibility to take that on ourselves. Through prayer, through fasting, through service, and through discipline and patience and forbearance. And when we do that, the world changes. This is a, you might say, like a spiritual truth. Sounds kind of in our modern material age. A spiritual truth is kind of like this like woo-woo thing. It's, it's for like crystal girls or whatever. The crystal chicks on Instagram, here's my spiritual truth for the day. But I'm saying a spiritual truth should occupy the place in your mind that a scientific fact does in the mind of the modern person. This is a scientific fact. If you have to think of it mechanistically, think of it mechanistically. It isn't just a mechanism. But as humans, individually, as we soften our hearts, as we respond to the Spirit, the world changes. If A, then B. It goes the opposite direction. 2, as we harden our hearts, the world changes. When we indulge our passions, the world changes. Incidentally, this is part of, I did the schizo stream the other night, talking about geocentrism, talking about the ether. And this truth I'm talking about, part of the reason we've lost that truth is because of this conception of reality. No, there's nothing connecting us. We're empty, atomized little units, meaningless, spiraling away through the universe on a meaningless, tiny little rock. So just go jork it. That leads directly to this. You lose the sense of your connection to other people. And that when you change yourself, you directly change the people around you. And when you change yourself and change the people around you, you change the people around them as well. Now is the time for prudence, for wisdom, for discipline. There's a new spirit of the age, tugging at passions of yours that have wanted gratification. They're crying out for indulgence. That spirit's new, but it's also very old. In a certain sense, the spirit of the vengeful son is the same spirit as the spirit of the devouring mother. Perhaps has different techniques, it plays on different passions, but at its root, it plays on the same thing. The goal is to feed your ego, to induce you into selfish, short-sighted behavior, so that you self-destruct, so that you create this chain reaction. You self-destruct, so people around you begin self-destructing, so people around them begin self-destructing. If you think of each person as a node, connected to nodes around them, and as one node begins to self-destruct and begins to destroy the nodes around them, and this is happening in all these nodes all at the same time, the self-destruction ripples throughout all of humanity. And yet the inverse is true. When you soften your heart, when you discipline yourself, when you submit yourself to the will of God, when you act out of wisdom and prudence, you press down your passions, you commit yourself to prayer and fasting, and sacrificing yourself for the people around you. You recreate the people around you. This is how you build a civilization. This is low time preference behavior, if you want to be autistic about it. Jason Miranchuk, if a peaceful heart can save 1,000 souls, what can a hardened heart do? Acquire the spirit of peace, and 1,000 around you will be saved. So what about the inverse of that? When you harden your heart, when you begin indulging your passions, your thirst for vengeance, when you cultivate a lust for blood, what does that do to the people around you? And then what does it do to the people around them? Do you see how that directly results in you betraying the people to whom you have an obligation? And first and foremost, you're betraying God. You're betraying his son who sacrificed himself for you. This isn't to say that you acquire the spirit of peace and then you're just a pushover. No. We'll talk about that in just a minute. You acquire the spirit of peace so that you can do the hard things that must be done. The hard things must be done. The question is, are those hard things going to be done By a hard heart or a soft heart? Are they going to be pursued out of a spirit of vengeance? Or are they going to be pursued out of a spirit of love and justice? Vengeance and justice are at odds with one another. Vengeance feels like justice, but it's not. It's a continuation of the same slide into degeneracy. The great Father Spirited.
Many Christians are very angry at this time, but we must be careful that we are not manipulated. We must ask ourselves, is my anger leading to hatred? Is my anger leading to a desire for revenge? If it is, then we mustn't compare it with the righteous anger of Jesus, who had no passions, who was sinless, when he drove out the money changers. We must interpret everything from a spiritual dimension. We are participating in a spiritual war. This is a spiritual battle, and the devil works to provoke very base emotions. Our anger must be directed at the devil, at our sin. And we must pray that Christ will protect us from the way our politics, our social movements, and yes, even murder is being used to divide and to provoke evil passions within us. Let us pray for peace. Let us pray for one another.
Okay. Let me talk about this real quick. Because this is what a lot of people, they think the turn the other cheek thing is a message of weakness and passivity and acquiescence to evil. And they could not be more wrong. So I posted this a couple days ago. Said every post in my timeline right now was effectively illegal in the USA a couple of years ago. The fatigue is hitting critical mass. And this guy here said, if someone stabs you in the jugular, turn to them your carotid artery, the fictional Jewish rabbi you worship. I said, this is retarded Judaized historical illiteracy, demonstrating, as usual, the militant pagans are gullible and unwitting foot soldiers for the very people they claim to hate. Here's a today I learned for you. In the 1st century AD, a slap to the right cheek was delivered from a superior to an inferior, with the back of the right hand, intended to embarrass and demean. The left hand was seen as unclean, and using it to strike someone was seen as taboo and shameful. The left hand was the hand you used to wipe your ass. It was an unclean hand. So the slap, when Christ says if someone slaps you in the right cheek, that's a backhand. It's an assertion of dominance meant to embarrass and demean and humiliate. By following Jesus' exhortation to offer them your left cheek, an early Christian would force the aggressor into a trap with embarrassing social implications. Either he would have to slap them again with an open right hand, thus identifying the Christian as a social equal and subverting the intent of the original slap, which would be embarrassing, or he would have to slap the Christian with his left hand, bringing shame upon himself by behaving in an uncivilized manner. So TLDR, turn the other cheek doesn't mean passively acquiesce to violence. It means stand your ground and dare them to humiliate themselves. As a paper bag dev would know this if he wasn't an illiterate pagan golem. Stand your ground is not a message of pacifism. Christians are not called to be pacifists. There are times where Christians are called to kill when the time is right. or to use force against other people. There has to be a distinction here made between force and violence, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. I've got a Moldbug tweet. Christianity is not pacifist. But what it is it is not motivated by knee-jerk reactions and indulging your passions. If someone slaps you in the face, if someone does something to you and designed to degrade and humiliate you, then you don't lash out at them. You control yourself. You hold your frame. And you turn it around on them.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Well, well, well. Look who has come around. Morality, insofar as it condemns for its own sake, and not out of regard for the concerns, considerations, and contrivances of life, is a specific error with which one ought to have no pity. Self-overcoming.
Nietzschean Kirk scholar. Morality, I need to think about this one for a second. Morality, insofar as it condemns for its own sake, and not out of regard for the concerns, considerations, and contrivances of life, is a specific error with which one ought to have no pity. Yes. 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 I wanted to add something to it, but I can't even really think of anything to add to it. It's contained within the message itself. Self-overcoming. There's a thing, if you've been in the Orthodox world for a while, there's a thing you'll encounter a lot. Both and. There's a lot of either ors out there, particularly in the present age. There's a lot of you have to choose this thing or this thing. A lot of false dialectics set up for us. And it's a trap. Often it's both. So like individualism versus collectivism. Fake and gay. The individual is sacred. So is the collective. There's a particular only word that's coming to mind is mechanism. That's not quite right, but I think you guys will understand what I mean. There's a particular mechanism whereby you can uphold the sanctity of both the individual and the collective. And that requires discipline. It requires wisdom, and that wisdom is only found through the disciplines of the rituals of the church. That's why they've been given to us. The prayer and the fasting. The self-denial. You practice the acts of self-denial so that you have the wisdom, you have the eyes to see the path forward, so that you can both uphold the sanctity of the individual while preserving the sanctity of the collective. And when done properly, they feed each other. And sometimes to preserve the sanctity of the individual has to die. Because that's what preserves the sanctity of the collective. But those decisions can't be made out of a thirst for blood. Because then the stain that they applied to their own souls when they did the thing that justifies them needing to die, if you go kill them out of bloodlust, out of a thirst for vengeance, you just took that stain and applied it to yourself. You just proliferated it. You didn't exterminate it. You spread it around. This is why we don't submit ourselves to the spirit of the vengeful son any more than we submitted ourselves to the spirit of the devouring mother. We conquer the spirit of the vengeful son through submission to Christ and through the divine order that he has established. That is justice. To set things aright, to put them in order, to put them in their proper order. When you seek vengeance, you're not putting things in order. You're pulling them further out of order. We are called to establish order. Brigham Tomko said, Charlie Kirk told me last month what his mission was. My job every single day is actively trying to stop a revolution. This is where you have to try to point them towards ultimate purposes and towards getting back to the church, getting back to faith, getting married, having children. This is the type of conservatism that I represent, and I'm trying to paint a picture of virtue, of lifting people up, not just staying angry. You can be angry. But what does that anger do? What does that anger drive you toward? How do you channel that anger? Do you channel that anger to conquering the forces of evil, or do you channel that anger toward multiplying them? How do you conquer the forces of evil? Getting back to church, getting back to faith, getting married, having children. Here's a great example of what I'm talking about. Here's a practical example. This is not the most surprising take, a notorious poster of coal, fisted by Foucault. Says, I'm not trying to be a dick in this post, but the lack of a violent reaction to the assassination means that they've gotten away with it once again. The internet is an incredible pressure release valve. This is exactly wrong. This is diametrically opposed to the truth. Pray for this man. Only a twisted mind could get something this wrong. I said, how does someone's brain get turned upside down this badly? This is the exact opposite of the truth. That there hasn't been a violent reaction to it is a tremendous victory. And I pray it stays that way. Everyone wanted the administration to immediately start lashing out, to immediately take dramatic action, and start crushing their enemies in a fit of pique. And I am so heartened that they didn't. I mean, for one thing, they needed to mourn their brother. He was basically a family member to the majority of the major decision makers within the administration. They needed to mourn him. They needed time to acknowledge and preserve his legacy. The exact thing that the assassination was intended to do was to provoke a violent response. Responding to it with violence is just as bad as it is in the first place. Because you're perpetuating that cycle. You're continuing the slide into degeneracy. Not to mention, you're taking all of that, like on the practical, like political level, you're taking all of that fantastic energy, that great opportunity, and you're funneling it straight into giving a martyr to your enemies. This is profound retardation. The worst possible thing right now would be to take these sick people and give them a martyr to rally around. This man needs to stop posting because he's trying to provoke that sort of response. He knows he has a bunch of angry dudes following him. And it's a time of great emotional instability. This is incredibly reckless and stupid. If somebody knows him, take his phone away. Lux Imperii said the practical distinction between us and them. We don't want to burn our neighborhoods. We don't want to harm innocent Americans. We don't want to construct our morality around convenience or temporary consensus. The purpose of winning is dispelling chaos, not directing it. Banger! This is exactly it. Responding to an assassination with a violent reaction is directing chaos. It's proliferating chaos. It's ensuring that things will get worse before they get better. You're locking that timeline into place with no way of ever getting away from it. This tweet by Fisted by Foucault is demonstrating the primal mindset. This is squarely in the primal frame. There's nothing civilized about this sentiment. You might say it's an extremely brown take. Yeah, Blauvelt, this is part of stealing our resolve. Resist the chaos. Resist the calls for violent action. We're not going to lash out of anger. We are going to exercise the power of the existing institutions to, in an orderly fashion, crush the violence and degeneracy. We will use the power of the state, which is an extremely Christian thing to do. We are called to do this as Christians. To use the apparatus of the state to establish order. If we don't, it will those apparatuses will be used by non-Christians to proliferate chaos. Jeremy McKenzie, a Leaf. Look at our Leaf boy. Says, I used to be passionately angry. I have since become professionally angry. I'm spreadsheets, PDFs, whiteboards, and matching shirts angry. Whitey doesn't chimp out and burn a city for a few hours when he's angry. He moves the wheel of history, and the earth trembles under his feet. Contrast that tweet with this one. We can make Jeremy McKenzie an honorary American. I know he probably doesn't want us to, but this monologue here from Nick is probably the best thing that I've heard over the past couple of days. It had me questioning whether I even how do I say anything to match up with this? He said everything that needed to be said. Should I even do a show on this? Should I just retire? I'm going to make you kind of like him. I'm going to make you kind of like him because this is a banger.
Remember, we are the good side. And what makes us good is that we have Christ. What makes Christianity and Christ so different from the other religions is that our religion is based on the bearing of suffering.
Hold on.
That our religion is based.
Right there. There's the clip.
Christ, so different from the other religions, is that our religion is based.
End clip.
On the bearing of suffering for the sake of even those that persecute us. An overflowing of love. An overflowing of self-giving love. So much of it, it cannot be contained. An unconditional, absolute standard of love for all of God's children, even those that are misguided, even those that persecute us, even the most heinous among us. That is what makes us different. That is what makes us good. You think you're good? You're not. You are not good. I am not good. You are a man. I am a man. You are a sinner. I am a sinner. We cannot save ourselves. We cannot save this world. God can save us. God can save the world. And
look at the emotion in his face. This is part of, some of my autistic boys out there, you've said you want like the social intelligence things. Look at his eyes. Look at his face. You can't fake some of this stuff. Some people can act it. They can act it pretty well. But you could see it. You can hear the pain in his voice. You can see the pain in his eyes. While he's monologuing here, this is sincere.
God can save us. God can save the world. And God saves us and God saves the world by drawing all of us up onto the cross with him. And we join not just in his glory, but in his suffering. Real suffering, not imaginary, not a nice story, real suffering, real death, real destruction, real misery. We bear a cross like Christ bears a cross, like his disciples, like the martyrs, like the saints bear a cross. And you better get comfortable up there. Drink up. And you bear that cross, not for your kin, not for yourself, not for your children, which are an extension of yourself. You bear that cross and that suffering. You drink from that chalice for your enemies, for those that persecute you, for those that hate you, for the sake of Christ. That doesn't mean we let them hurt us. It doesn't mean we let them take over our country. But it does mean that we do not lower ourselves to their level. It does mean that we do not resort to our own powers, our own machinations, our own plans, our own pride, with vengeance, with retaliation. Vengeance belongs to God. God is both merciful and just. And no one can say they have faith in God if they do not have faith in God's perfect justice, which we cannot understand, which is hard to accept, sometimes impossible. But that's what it is to be a Christian. That's what it was like to be the first Christians, to watch God himself nailed to a cross for the sake of everyone. You cannot tell me you have faith in God if you don't have faith that all of those people that seek to hurt us will ultimately meet their divinely appointed justice at God's hands, but not our own. Those lives are not ours to take.
Those lives are not ours to take. Last I saw, there was something like close to 2 million people who saw this on Rumble. I have no idea how many people watch on cozy.tv, but on Rumble, there was over 1.5 million views a few hours ago. He had almost 200. When I saw, he had almost 200,000. He may have gone over 200,000 watching live. They heard that message. Yeah, Jeff Accordion, he's been hiding his power level behind dumb insults and dick jokes. Yeah, Isaac, there's something in his voice. He feels it. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying there is the heart of a lion for Christ inside Nick Fuentes. Perhaps it was waiting for the right moment to be called forth. This is the moment. Pray for him every single day. Pray for his soul. Pray for wisdom for him. He has an enormous audience, and it's just going to keep getting bigger. And he's going to be in danger from his own audience and from others. I guarantee you there was a lot of his own loyal audience that absolutely seethed through that episode yesterday. That's something he'll have to answer for. He cultivated those people. He encouraged them. He's going to have to walk a difficult line. And I don't know the man. I don't know the... Everyone wants to have an opinion about whether he's sincere or not. I know that clip that I just played, I know that was sincere. The future isn't determined. He's going to make choices every single day, just like the rest of us. He's going to keep making choices. He's going to have, like, this is a fork in the road. He's going to keep hitting forks in the road. And he's going to have to make those choices. He's going to have to make those choices under tremendous pressure. I pray that he's kept safe, that he has wisdom, and that he softens his heart and lets the Lord continue to speak through him. Because he has the potential to be a tremendous, tremendous force for good. I think he's been, so far, some good, some bad. A lot of bad. Definitely some good. But now he has the opportunity to absolutely knuckle down and move the entire culture. If nothing else, that he delivered this message that reached millions of people. There are people whose lives were changed by hearing this. I guarantee that. There may have been guys who were talked off the ledge because they heard him say that. There were probably people who were going to go to church this Sunday because they heard him say that for the first time. And this is going to get clipped up. I guarantee you it's out there. It's going to make the rounds. It's going to go all over the place. There's other great clips from the whole episode as well. This was the highlight for me. Pray for Nick Fuentes. Now, I don't remember what the context was on this one. Oh, hold on just a second here.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Our religion is based. Mutt retires.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it. All done. Time to go home, deleting the channel. Okay, so the context for this was Bobby Bork posted something, and I can't remember what it was, because he's now deleted his account. He got quote tweeted by Yarvin and deleted his account. But Yarvin said, "We will never get out of this until we see that force is not a synonym for violence. Violence is a failure mode of force. In general, the more force, the less violence. Political violence is always a mistake for the right, whose rule is orderly force. Violence is weakness. Violence is weakness. Political violence is leftist in nature. Engaging in political violence is definitionally leftist. The dividing line, the path forward, is between those who engage in political violence and those who don't. Full stop. The right is those who don't. The left is those who do. We are the ascendant right. We have more power now than we've had in my entire life, and our power is growing. Shout out Uncle Ben. That means our responsibility is growing. To utilize political violence now, to engage in an act of great weakness as our power levels rise, is not just immoral, it's retarded. This is why everyone assumes when something happens and it's a Trump supporter who did it. Everyone's naturally like, yeah, that's fake. That was obviously done by one of our enemies to make us look bad because people intuitively know this. We have no need for violence because we have the capacity for force. Slutty Milk says violence is, in many cases, the sign of a cornered animal. Yes. And there's a lot of our guys out there who are acting like cornered animals because they feel like cornered animals. I'm not angry with them. I have compassion for them. I want them to stop feeling that way. I want them to be heartened. I want them to be encouraged. I want them to recognize where we truly are. We don't live in the time that we used to live. We are winning. And we will continue to win. As long as we commit ourselves to all the things I've been talking about, to do the things that are necessary to continue to win, to build a civilization. Which means eschewing evil, eschewing violence, and eschewing dooming.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Shout out Samoa Bob. Great friend of mine. Good to see you, man. Thank you for subscribing. Dooming is the path to losing. Dooming is a loser's mindset. Dooming is manifesting losing. Don't give me this horseshit about, I'm just being realistic about, fuck off. Shut up. Suck it up. You're not being realistic. You're coping. Yeah, I'm going to turn your word on you. We are winning. We will win. All will be well. You know why? Because we're going to make it that way. But we won't make it that way while people are dooming. Dooming is placing obstacles in front of our victory. Dooming is enemy behavior.
Back, baby! The white man is back.
Predators size up the opportunity for violence against the chance of injury. They cannot eat if they are injured. Prey animals do not need to think about this because they can eat if they are injured. Except pigs, they will kill you because they can.
Yeah. Pigs are such a surreal animal. They'll just do it because they can. They're so intelligent and they're such assholes. Yes, dooming is prey behavior. Dooming is homosexual. I see you guys in the chat. Dooming is gay. Shout out to Pig Dirk. Let's get some oinks in the chat for Pig Dirk. Thank you, man, for the tip. Shout out to Mr. Sue here. Mr. Phil Gibson. Go follow him on Twitter, at Mr. Sue. Q, Paul. Q! One of our great patriots. saying the quiet parts out loud. You can follow him on Substack or his podcast as well. This is a great thread from him. He said, y'all pray for our guys who just can't seem to kick the habit of loving the feeling of losing. It's lazy to have the opinion, Trump says we should end the war in Ukraine, but he keeps giving them money. JD changed his name too much. His wife is brown. Palantir. And the DHS is apparently a honeypot now? Should we ignore any positive signal from their Twitter account or any account from the new regime because it's run by Zoomers and not the 70 DHS cells across the country or any deep state traders that remain? It's a psyop? You don't think the admin is seriously trying to purge remaining traitors? It's not going to happen immediately, for fuck's sake. Compromising is an inevitable necessity in politics. It's simply the execution of power, the art of the deal. And I'll add that we're the ones who determine the compromises now. We get to choose when and where we fight these battles now. We are ascendant. Our guys of all people should understand that and the art of realpolitik. Why is it that nobody ever truly challenges our guys? Is this for the sake of not looking mean and being afraid of losing your online friends? A conversation like this doesn't even have to be hostile. This is what adults do and how we grow as men. Being active locally is critical, but we're in control of the zeitgeist now, and our message must harden and remain cohesive and optimistic. We must hold the line. Yeah, the enemy still runs a lot of our shit, and we'll stick around for a long while. But it's as if you're intentionally trying to not see any progress being made. You're a dead spirit if you think the left is that powerful to just take over again just as easy as they have in the past. Things are changing at a fundamental level. Patriots are in control. Organization and coordination and policy changes led by our guys doesn't happen overnight. I like to think deep down our guys know this, but they act as if they don't. Frankly, they're acting like libertarians. They themselves have said our enemies don't have as much power as people think they do, and our fear-mongering just gives them more credit than they deserve. We all must grow and break out of this doomer PTSD and fight the enemy with positivity and truth. It's out there. Don't willfully ignore it. Otherwise, you're just the enemy's useful idiot. The doom fags are useful idiots for the enemy. It's that simple. Don't delude yourself by being like, you can say things like, yeah, things are gonna get worse. They're also gonna get better. Bad things are gonna happen. Good things are gonna happen too. People are gonna die. People are going to live as well. There's no reason to over-index on the doom. The doom will always be with you. You will always find it when you're looking for it. Looking for it is the sign of a weak spirit. It's prey behavior. The lion doesn't lay on the savannah all tensed up and anxious and waiting to see when some predator is going to come after him. Nah, he rolls on his back and shows his dick to the sky and lays there, purring. I think lions can't purr. Point remains. Stop acting like prey. Never doom. Dicks to the sky, boys. That's right. Slutty Milk says, it's like when Trump expanded the tax cuts to streamers and creators. I saw these faggots saying, oh, now Trump is giving tax cuts to OnlyFans whores. Like, nigga, why is that where your mind went? Oh, I know that's why their mind went. Again, you are always going to find reasons to doom when you look for them. They will always be there. And it's easy to doom. It's profitable to doom in the short term. There's lots of people out there looking for reasons to doom. And when you give them that siren song, they'll come running. But when you doom, you are dooming your soul. And you're dooming the soul of everyone in earshot. Nut the fuck up. And focus. Great tweet here from Suitable Politic, one of my favorite follows. There was something that was bothering me about what happened to Charlie Kirk that wasn't immediately obvious to me. It was this specter in the background darkening my mood without making its presence known. I didn't shed any light on it until a conversation earlier. In many ways, Kirk was a natural counter to what politics has become, and he was killed for it. I don't mean that in the moralizing way, or heated rhetoric and all that. I actually find that abominable. It misses the point so spectacularly while pretending to be morally superior. I mean that politics has become performative. Yes, the left has been stuffed to the brim with theater kids, but I don't need to convince you of that. You already know. Let's be honest, though. The right was suffering a similar fate. Too many people were on social media posting about politics who had no interest in being persuasive or informative. Their sole desire was to animate you, to perform for you. And they'd act like their way was the only viable way to engage in politics. The time for debate is over. Now we must use power. I have no idea what that means. And neither do you. We should do the policy that I wanted to do before, but I really want to do it now. And instead of convincing people to do it, I want to use alarmism to scare you into it. Or, failing that, get brownie points for my followers. What people are actually saying there is, I have no interest in engaging with politics as politics was meant to be. I have every interest in making you feel outrage or triumph like I'm the marionette and I've fitted you with strings. Charlie Kirk was a living, breathing counter to all of that. And he was effective. He was bringing back an age of politics that actually featured debating people as a core principle. Debating people can occur with heated rhetoric, or it can occur in the kindest terms possible. All of that's the stylistic choice of the debater. I despise people who pretend that politics will improve with more genteel smiles and fewer-cutting words. Sanctimonious ignorance. But what Charlie built was a testament to the idea that actually debate still works. Being persuasive is still effective. Words are still powerful, even as people have worked so very hard to rob them of all meaning. Yes, he was killed for it. But a deeper tragedy is the people who want to dismiss his ideas after he's proven them so wondrously effective. What he built was a testament to the efficacy of his methods. And I've seen one too many posts acting as if being more of a barbarian would actually make you more successful than Charlie Kirk. Because it won't. The mere fact that Charlie Kirk's assassination affected people the way that it did, the fact that it's transformed things the way that it has, is a testament that his method works. If his method didn't work, his assassination, his murder would not have affected people the way that it did, by definition. This is a truism. So if the lesson that you draw from Charlie Kirk's murder is, oh, we shouldn't do what Charlie Kirk did, you're very bad at drawing lessons from things.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Fenris! Patriot! Welcome, my friend. You should learn how to be...
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Oh, we got a gifted sub. Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Gifting subs. We got Fenris. We got Echo for Victor. We got Miranchuk now. We got Karate Man and Mrs. Westford. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous, whoever you are, you patriot. If your takeaway is Charlie's methods don't work, it's time for violence, then you're just advertising your own lack of acuity. You're advertising your own dullness. His method demonstrably worked. We don't need fewer people doing what Charlie did. What his life teaches us is we need more people doing that. We don't need everyone doing that. Like, we can walk and chew gum at the same time here. Just like not everybody was doing what he was doing. But we do need people doing what he was doing.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Lions indeed cannot purr. They are physiologically incapable of moving their vocal cords while their mouth is closed. Too much tension. Opinion dismissed. Keys, keep yourself safe.
Keys was KYS. Yes, true. Cheetahs can purr. There's your today I learned for the day. Okay, let's keep this going. Michael Knowles with some great thoughts. In the wake of Charlie's assassination, many people are demanding that we redouble our devotion to the free marketplace of ideas. Now, this thing here may seem like it's at odds with the last thing that I read, what we were just talking about. But watch how we tie these together. The call seems at first glance courageous and noble. In reality, it is reckless and impractical. We had an open marketplace of ideas. The left shot it up. Not only have extreme leftists committed violence in the marketplace of ideas, more scandalous still, mainstream left-wing voices have cheered and made light of the violence. There can be no open marketplace of ideas or anything else under such conditions. Marketplaces require rules, confidence, and common media of exchange. They require, in other words, order. Liberty requires order. One cannot be both free and undisciplined, for instance, or free and ignorant. We know this philosophically, and we also know it intuitively. It's why we don't let toddlers vote. What we require now is the reassertion of order. We must insist upon the acceptance of basic truths and moral goods, not as the asymptotic goal of endless debate, but as the axiomatic foundation without which debate cannot occur. We must foreclose certain antisocial behaviors and suicidal ideologies. We must, to borrow a phrase from Chesterton, stop the thought that stops thought. In practical terms, this means we must stigmatize certain evil ideas and behaviors, and we must ostracize people who insist upon them. More practically, this means that people who persist in such disorder should lose their social standing. In certain cases, they should lose their jobs. There must be consequences. Without any political reform, it is wise to err on the side of caution. The offenses that merit such ostracism should be particularly egregious. A good place to begin would be with those who celebrate the murder of an innocent man. So we must have debate. We must follow Charlie's example. But we must also preserve the mediums through which that debate is had. And those who would seek to foreclose that debate, to foreclose those mediums, must be foreclosed themselves by force. This is a Christian virtue. This is a Christian responsibility. To use collective social force. To use the institutions if we have them. To purge those who would stop debate. Debate is not the end, it's the beginning. But we can't get to the end if we can't get to the beginning. You know, as we've gone through the if you've followed us for a couple of years here at the Real King Pill show, the ASTROLABE, you know that we've come full circle on a number of different demographics. We've come full circle on the women. We've come full circle on the Jews. Come full circle on the blacks. Come full circle on the boomers. We also must come full circle on the debate me bros. We must come full circle on the marketplace of ideas, bros. They are right. There is a marketplace of ideas. There is a place where debate is had. That must be preserved. But it's not to the exclusion of the use of force. They're married together. We must have the use of force. We must have censorship of those who would seek to censor. We must have social ostracism of those who would seek to socially ostracize. These are not equal things. When the leftist seeks to ostracize and censor through threats of violence, they're not the same as the Christian who censors and ostracizes through use of force. We must have a marketplace of ideas, and that marketplace of ideas must be upheld through force. That force, the threat of it, must be ever present, and it must be wielded by good men of strong character. The fact that we lost that marketplace of ideas, the fact that that threat of force was degraded and was given over and transmogrified into violence by our enemies, is a condemnation on the good men of character, because they were not good men of character. We were not good men of character. We must be good men of character again, which means we must debate and we must use force. And these go hand in hand together.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
As Venerable Fulton Sheen said, we cannot tear down. We must build up to the battlements of heaven.
Yes, Grognard Gamer. Another great name.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I watched it all, I've seen it all. I still can't believe it happened. I can't believe he was against in front of us all. For God, Erika, children, and country. White pills for them revealing themselves.
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt...
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Conspicuous omissions from that list of groups, which you came full circle on. It's based when we censor. Our religion is based.
I didn't necessarily, I couldn't, I named the things that I could think of. There were omissions from that, and there are some groups, I'm sure, that we still have to come full circle on. It'll happen eventually. If we keep our hearts soft and our resolves hard, we'll come full circle on other groups, I'm sure. Our religion is based. You're my favorite one of you. Here's some of the reactions that have been happening. So, I think there's a lot of people who will, they have like this contempt for slop or for the normies or for the ordinary people. There's lots of cynicism. I understand why. Like, it's very easy to be cynical. I feel those feelings myself. If there's one value that I think I can provide to people, it's urging you to push through the feeling of cynicism and see the larger narrative, see the larger picture behind it. What's happening right now is we are making cultural gains that I didn't think were even possible this year. Even after everything that we've won thus far. After the whole great vibe shift and this blitzkrieg and this growing restoration of Christian narrative and Christian principles and Christian values, I didn't think that we were going to get to the point where we are now. But I've watched enough of these social cycles happen that I can see what we're going through. I can see what's coming. And all of the videos of people, the tweets from people talking about Charlie, how Charlie changed them, both on a spiritual level and on a political level. They're far beyond critical mass. And when these things happen, you have to take them seriously. You have to recognize them for what they are. This is in Seattle. Pastor Russell Johnson on the streets of Seattle, my hometown, the night that Charlie was killed.
This is in reality. And, we don't have to live like this. We don't have to put up with this. We don't have to pretend this is normal. And then anytime somebody has an opinion about enforcing the law or enforcing, any semblance of criminal justice, they get labeled as an extremist. There used to be a time in this city where you could ride on public transit and not have to worry about homeless people shooting up meth, masturbating on each other. There used to be a time in this city where you could walk in a place like Westlake Park and not worry about getting stabbed with hypodermic needles. And what's happened? We've got a political problem. We've got a spiritual sickness. It's a rot to the core. And Charlie spoke about these things. He spoke about the need for spiritual revival and spiritual renewal and cultural renewal as really that which was upstream, and it would produce political change downstream. And, the reality is they might be able to stop his voice, but they're not going to stop all of our voices. We're getting louder than we were before, and we're not backing down.
This isn't the first time I've heard these kinds of messages. But we haven't heard these kinds of messages with the context of everyone having gone through this dramatic, traumatic event that broke down their barriers, that broke them down and opened them up and made them raw, made them ready to hear this, to see these words, to think these thoughts in a new light. And to recognize the indivisible link between spiritual change and political change. That these are not separate domains. This is the same domain. The political is the social working out of the spiritual. If you want political change, it has to start with spiritual change. This is the great truth that Charlie understood, that Charlie lived to preach. And these messages are hitting ears that are freshly attuned, that are freshly made raw and ready to hear them. Kyle Matthews says, last night my oldest son said to me, Dad, me and all my friends are going to wear a coat and tie to school tomorrow. At drop-off today, I realized the entire school was doing it, when effectively every student was wearing a coat and tie. What I found remarkable was they wore a coat and tie not because the school forced them to or recommended it, but the student body decided to on their own out of respect for Charlie Kirk. Admittedly, I did not know much about Charlie Kirk, but he clearly has had a profound impact on young American men. It appears he really connected with them and that they are very, very sad about what happened. And while I don't know who the killer is or the motive, I would bet my dollar that what drove the killer to commit the murder of Charlie Kirk was to shut him up, but in the process only created 1,000 times more Charlie Kirks. Godspeed, Charlie, and my heart aches for his wife and 2 young children. The kids are going to be all right, man. The kids are going to be all right. On the anti-fragile Charlie Kirk influence, tonight my 23-year-old son came home from a long day of being an electrician apprentice, then trade school. Out the door at 5:30 a.m., back home at 8 p.m. Showered, ate dinner, did push-ups, sat next to me and prayed aloud for Charlie's family for 10 minutes without prompting. Listened to 2 worship songs, including Rise Up, O Men of God. Watched a short talk by Charlie while eating. Hugged me and said, I need to be like Charlie, God help me. Went to bed. Something is happening with young men. Burn like fire, pour like rain. Look at this young patriot. These things are happening many, many times over. I tweeted the other day, be careful. All these accounts coming out of people who are like, I've never really been political, but now I've been radicalized and I'm going to be a right-wing poster or, I'm going to talk about politics on Maine now, and if you don't like it, suck it. I guarantee you many of those are sincere. Some of them are cynical. This is a fantastic opportunity for grifts. The murder of Charlie launched a million grifts. But I say that to say it doesn't matter. Keep your head on a swivel. Don't get sucked into the grifts, because those grifts can lead directly to honeypots. By definition, those grifters are for sale. And the evil spirits abound. They're looking for new victims. And these fresh, raw hearts are very susceptible to those new victims. But that doesn't remove or negate the fact that this is real. Millions of young men and women had their lives turned on a dime when that bullet entered Charlie's neck. They've been re-energized. They've been transformed. And that effect is going to ripple for weeks and months and years. We must sustain that energy as long as we can. It'll fade. They always do. But the fact that it will fade does not negate the fact that it is here and that it will have an effect. Not just socially, but politically. It's going to have a tremendous effect politically. It's going to have an effect economically. And this is why you must not doom. If you're dooming, you're projecting curses onto these young people. If you're dooming, you hate the young people. You want to see them destroyed. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't have a second to spare for what you claim to care about. You must not doom for the sake of the kids. This event has proliferated throughout society in a way that hasn't existed in my lifetime. The Yankees held a moment of silence. The NFL and the Packers held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. While hordes of deranged libs, those who thought they had the institutions, who thought that their victory had been fully consummated, as they're wildly fed posting on the internet, these institutions that formerly bowed to them are directly repudiating them. And I'm not saying this is because there's some great change of heart at the tops of them. No, the executives that run these companies, the executives and the staff and the C-suites in the major Fortune 500 companies and at the universities and in these different state and local governments who are firing people left and right, they're not doing it because they've suddenly become our guys. No, they're doing it because they know what time it is. They are the bulk of the normies who just follow power. And they feel the power. They smell it. They're keenly attuned to it. Perhaps more than anybody else, the normie, the sports ball American, the FanDuel American, has the keenest sense of power. They know where that power is now. They're following the trend. And the more that do, the more will. This is what winning looks like. This is what Charlie sacrificed himself for. I haven't even watched this one. I saw a link to it. I can't remember if somebody dropped it in the chat earlier during the pre-show. But last night, Stained dedicated the song Something to Remind You to Charlie Kirk. At one point, the crowd started chanting Charlie's name. God bless Aaron Lewis, man. That's my, like I'm 12 again, listening to that. This one was in the Sudaway video earlier, but this guy, Sam Ryan's studio, had to pay my respects and paint this tribute overnight for the Kirk family.
You are commanded to go do something productive with your life. Wow. To go give and to produce and to risk and to then go sow into other people. That is a biblical idea that has made the world a profoundly better place.
It's been a long day.
You are commanded.
And I saw some people talking about this, and they're these sorts of things. The cynicism is just so prolific, man. Oh, they're just doing it because it's the trending thing right now. That's the point. That's the point. It has touched everyone. The people who follow the weather vanes for the main thing. The normies, the slop producers, the FanDuel Americans. The ones whose minds haven't been microwaved by black pills and cynicism. They're projecting the path forward. They see where it's going. It doesn't matter if it's done cynically, it's still real. It's like when Trump's dance went viral on TikTok. You know, you had all the hot chicks doing the TikTok trend, doing the Trump dance. Those things are profoundly mimetically powerful. They're normalizing. This is what ascendancy is. Don't discount it.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
What makes heroic? To face simultaneously one's greatest suffering and one's highest hope. I beseech you, do not throw away the hero in your soul. Keep sacred your highest hope. Morality has an aesthetic dimension, do not kill the butterfly. Kill roach.
Kill roaches, but shout out to the Roach Ranch. We're going to get to Asmongold here in just a minute. Thank you, Nietzsche and Kirk Scholar. That's beautiful. And shout out to Anonymous, who's gifted 5 more subs. To Thomas Dank, Cheeky F Baby, Howie Snowden, First Citizen, and Kadrian Stolly. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I think I don't know Thomas Dank, but I know the rest of you guys. Welcome to all of you. Congratulations on the free subs. Please do make sure you re-up next month when the time comes. And thank you to all the rest of you who have resubscribed. There's a whole long list of you. I'm not gonna go down through the list, but I just want to let you know I see you. I validate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. Okay, let's keep this going here. Now this one, this is what I'm talking about, man. These are the sorts of things that I could never have dreamed were going to happen. You're going to have to brace yourself for the cringe. I'm giving you some cringe. But this is going to blow your minds if you haven't seen this yet. There are people in this country who you wouldn't even expect that understood what Charlie Kirk meant for America. Jeffree Star on the targeted death of Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk was just shot and is now passed away while he was debating at the Utah Valley College. And this happened while we've been streaming. I've literally been editing a video. I'm about to upload it right now. And I'm literally stunned. Like, what is going on, dude? For speaking the truth, that's what happened? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Look at my faggot American, says Slutty Milk. That's right. This Jeffree Star, if you don't know, Jeffree Star is one of the most popular creators on the internet. Immense, massive audience.
If you watch me daily, we don't really get political in this room. We're all about positivity, makeup, sarcasm, jokes, trolling, clapping back, being fun. Okay, this is a grown man who fought for the truth, who went all around our country debating people of all walks of life, walks of religion, walks of sexuality. He debated everybody. And if you're in here saying it wasn't the truth, you are a they, them loser, okay? You are one of those people who doesn't want to live in reality. You want to live in your weird little brain up here, okay? You are delusional. You are not right in the head, okay? So any of you weirdos coming in here, Charlie fought for the truth. He debated people all over this country, and he didn't care what you were. He still had a conversation with everybody. Why did I respect him? Because he knows reality.
That's funny. That was actually not the clip that I thought it was when I saved it, because I'd seen another one and missed it, forgot to save it, and let me see if I can find the other one here just real quick. If I can't find it immediately, then we'll move on. But there was another one that was pretty funny, and it was a lot more dramatic, we'll say. Okay, yeah, I think this must be it here. Let me get it up here. And we're going to speed it up. Okay, here we go.
He encouraged everyone to speak about their beliefs, whether he believed them or not. Lexi, I don't really care. Am I a Republican? No, I'm a person. Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head. Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me. Thank God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem. If you're so stupid enough to go against science, please unfollow me. You can be whoever you want to be, but there's science and there's facts. You can pretend in your head you're a cat. You can pretend in your head that you're this and you're that. Good for you. You're still only A or B. And the truth hurts a lot of you, I see. I see a lot of you still can't get over it. Sounds like a personal problem. While I've been live streaming, someone was just, and TikTok has guidelines, you guys, so I have to censor what I'm saying. I'm uploading my video right now. I am. Even though we're dealing with all of this, I'm uploading my video right now. So yes, I am a grown-ass man that wears makeup. I will always be a male. My name is Jeffrey. Jeff, if you were my father. He's the only person allowed to call me that. My name is Jeffrey. I am a male that likes cosmetics. All these grown men going into women's bathrooms wearing wigs, you should all be in prison forever. You are the problem. So a grown man that goes around the country debating people, spitting facts, was just taken out. And I'm not over it. I can't sit here and play with makeup right now. I want to throw up. So no, I'm not a Republican. No, I'm not a Democrat. I'm Jeffree Star. Stop trying to label me. Stop trying to label me. I am a male. I am a makeup artist. I am a makeup mogul. I am a business owner. I am a farmer. I am a rancher. I am a son. I am someone's cousin. I am someone's friend. Stop labeling me. Y'all don't know anything about my beliefs. You just assume. Because I said I was thankful that Trump brought back TikTok, I'm now being accused of being a Republican. All I said months ago when TikTok was banned and my business could be affected tremendously, I said, wow, thank God Trump fixed it. Or I wouldn't be able to sell my cosmetics on this platform. I quit YouTube and dedicated my life to TikTok. And people are upset because I thanked our president? Politics aside, biology will never change. Why is that up for debate? Am I saying any of this? Because Charlie Kirk fought for the rights. He fought for the truth. He debated everybody. And you guys cannot argue that. You are delusional and you are mentally ill if you were trying to go against what I just said. I didn't say my opinion. I said a fact. I am Jeffrey Lynn Steininger Jr. That's who I am. I am born a male. Cannot believe I'm sitting here 6 hours away from a crime scene. Like, Utah is just right down there. He's just a couple hours away. And he was doing a debate at a college in front of thousands of people, and his daughter was there. And he was just taken out. I don't know how to process it right now. I'm like so sick. I'm honestly so sick by it. And I'm over here trying to like upload a video. And I'm over here trying to upload a fucking video about Hailey Bieber. Who cares about her? Well, you guys do. Clearly, she had a #1 launch in Sephora. It's hard when these situations happen and you are an entertainer. It's hard. It's really hard because you just want to stop everything and just leave. Like, I came on here to play with makeup and review these fucking Louis Vuitton brushes, and right now, I don't want to.
It's like looking into a bizarre alternate reality. Tyler, this is clearly a Nazi journalist. Yeah. And he's like one of the gays that hates trannies because he sees trannies as like gay denialists. That's been my understanding of him. Jeffrey Dolph Starler. We've got Nazi fags now, boys. Oh man, we've got the best homos. But I wanted to highlight. I gotta say, if you guys are just listening to the audio and you're missing the chat, you're just missing out so much. You've got to see the chat. I'm so glad that I made sure that it's on the screen all the time because you guys are cracking me up. Vivo Crystal Ray said, this is why nobody had trannies back before 2013. Nobody knew they existed and they were so weird AF, but they were not lunatics shooting up children in churches. Yes. And then Mr. Sue says, this is the most alpha queer on earth, more alpha than most men. Yeah. Neo-trads, where's Jason? Right, Isaac? First Citizen said, I have to wonder if we're not going to see a lot of the so-called base gays begin going hard in the paint at the troons because they realize that the public is sick and tired of them. Yes, I realize it wasn't a troon this time. I think so. Definitely. Like, this is their outlet. This is their opportunity to capitalize on it. And if anybody understands, like, can sniff the social winds, it's the gays. The gays are very, very tuned into the culture. They will be, as soon as they get their opportunity, we are going to see some absolute savage LGB versus T knockdown dragouts.
The white man
in the future.
Is back, baby. The white man is back.
Yet another in the proud tradition of fashionable male socialites in American high culture. Vince has a lot to live up to.
Oh man, I hope Heinz listens to this. Yet another of the proud tradition of fashionable male socialites in American high culture. Oh yeah, turf war. Oh hell yeah. That is going to be a turf war. Yep, big time. Big time. Florida girl says, dude, I'm surrounded by based gays. Yeah, they're out there. And frankly, like, the base gays have probably been some of the most in the closet based people in the country because of the people that they're naturally around. They have to hide their power levels the most. And they're going to see this opportunity. They're going to capitalize on this opportunity. Here's another one. Another unexpected type. Guy says the Democrats are losing the 19% they still have left.
I, not 10 minutes ago, found out some information about the shooting of Charlie Kirk at an event out in Utah. I'm not here to talk about the shooter's political affiliation. What I am here to talk about is the absolute disgusting, foul, vile things that the left is posting and saying online right now when we don't even know the status of the man. Like, we don't even know if Charlie Kirk is alive, if he's clinging to life. We don't know the status of him. And the left has the audacity to get on these phones, on these screens, and cheer or do a trending, fun little song to the fact that this happened. I'm talking, it hasn't even been I can't even say hours yet. And the left is so evil and demonic. I don't care who you vote for, but if you support the things and the narratives that these Democrats are bestowing upon y'all's party, because this isn't what the Democratic Party used to be. I don't care. This isn't what it used to be. And this is what it's become. And if you stand by that, there's no room for you at my table.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him.
You guys are killing me in the chat. The DMV receptionist. Did you see the 7-Eleven name tag she had on her? Look at my ambiguous American. Look at my ambiguous nigga. Look at my amphibious nigga. Oh! Yeah, Vivo Cristo Rey. I've seen so many of these. I'm never voting Democrat again. I'm leaving the Democratic Party. This is kind of my point. I could have done an entire... I could do multiple episodes of all of these that I've seen. I just grabbed just a few of them, just to kind of illustrate the point. Everyone who never got political is getting political after the Charlie Kirk assassination. This man makes gardening content. He says, I will never vote blue again.
Hey guys, no half-ass gardening tips for you today. This is just a public message, I guess. I was an old school Democrat. I will never vote a fucking Democrat ever. I was a Purple Party independent.
Oh my God, EBT Waffen.
The N-word.
Oh, we love our EBT Americans, don't we, boys?
You lost me. I'm all red now. When you celebrate and rejoice in the murder and assassination of someone who just is giving a different point of view than what you're used to in the fucking colleges these days, you are and will always be part of the problem if you're rejoicing in that. He was a family man. He just came and was respectful to everybody and was assassinated for it. It's fucking pathetic. And so has what the Democratic Party has become.
Remember how we've talked before about how it's going to increasingly become unfashionable? Like, that's what's been happening, is that being a Democrat is becoming toxic socially. The Democrat Party is becoming associated with things that nobody wants to be associated with. Everyone wants to hate on the slop and the normies and the FanDuel Americans and stuff. And I've been like, no, man, when those people start moving to follow your thing, you can't get all hipster on them. Oh, I was here first. You weren't here when it was hard. What do you hate power? That's what power is. When all the normies, all the NPCs, when they start repeating your talking points, when they start following you, that is power. You want power, but you hate the people that will give it to you. You don't deserve it. That whole thing that was happening, the downfall of the Democrat Party, it just got nitro behind it. We are going to watch the turbo downfall of the Democrat Party. Nobody wants to be associated with that brand. And we need to press that advantage. It must happen. Got a video from Scott Adams here in a minute that we'll get to. But before that, let's see a little Asmongold.
One of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement? I think so, absolutely. But for some reason, these people are protected. And the reason why they're protected is because there's a lot of other ones at the company that feel the exact same way that they do. That's the only logical reason that I have. And I think that at a certain point, Sony or somebody needs to step in. Whoever owns this company needs to step in and root out this disease before it kills the entire company, because I do think that it will have a tremendously negative effect on the game.
Asmongold is a patriot, man. He was encouraging people to start sending him tips. He set up a group on Twitter for people to start sending him tips about all of these gaming organizations to get these people fired. And he posted a video. This is an excerpt from a longer video that he did a couple days ago. And he's just going to he's going scorched earth. He's calling them out by name. And he's rallying the troops, the online autists, the Gamergate survivors, and their following generations who are ready to go exact their revenge. You know how everyone was like, not everyone, a lot of people were like, no, Trump tried to declare martial law and start shooting libs in the streets. And, That's not sustainable. That's like peak host scaring. If you want power, if you want sustainable power, if you want order, you cannot get into business of that type of host scaring. People are scared right now. There's so many stories now of the Wammenwaffen uprising, the wives saying, fix it. Shout out Charles Spadil. They're scared. They want stability. They want predictability. They want safety. And the current population is not going to respond well to the administration declaring martial law and executing a military lockdown and dragging libs out of their buildings and shooting them in the streets. They're not going to be comfortable with quite a bit less than that even. But you know what's sustainable? Do you know what really makes a difference? When you have these large, decentralized organizations of determined, pissed off Americans who are engaged in a coordinated effort to socially exile and shame and ostracize every one of these people. That makes a difference. That sticks. That makes life easier on the administration. That's the cover fire they need. Because it's still early. They still have an administration that has spies and infiltrators inside it. I was sitting thinking about this. I was like,
the white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
If I had $1 for every I am a leftist who left the Democrats after this video I have seen lately on TikTok, I could buy Jeffrey Epstein's island with cash.
Epstein! Yeah, yes. Leaving the Democrats. Being a leftist, a self-described leftist who leaves the Democrats is one of the most fashionable things on the internet right now. And it's just going to pick up steam. This is total brand death for the Democrat Party. And their politicians and their media people and stuff, they can hue and cry and make a big deal and try to narrative control all they want. The narrative is long gone. It left them behind so long ago. They cannot get it back. They will not get it back. I don't want this to sound cynical or dismissive of Charlie. Quite the opposite. Charlie's sacrifice gave us the opportunity to do so much of this on easy mode. This is easy mode. Rallying.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
What inspires respect for a woman, and often enough even fear, is her nature, which is more natural than man's, the genuine, cunning suppleness of a beast of prey, the tiger's claw under the glove, the naivete of her egoism. Women run the patriarchy.
Yes, okay, that was a little bit hard to, that was one of those that's a little hard to understand, so I'll reread it. What inspires respect for women, and often enough even fear, is her nature, which is much more natural than man's. The genuine cunning suppleness of a beast of prey, the tiger's claw under the glove, the naivete of her egoism. Women ran the patriarchy. Yes, that's the fix-it spirit. Don't underestimate the power of the women, especially when they get activated. And oh boy, are they ever activated. This gives us the opportunity to do so much of this on easy mode. We get to rally up the Anons and go purge these people from polite society. And it's going to cause blowback. There's going to be, you're going to get a lot of really desperate, socially shunned people who are already mentally unstable. So keep your head on a swiggle. That's going to require some sort of containment and response as well. But we don't need to do it the hard way. We don't need to militarize all of the country and declare martial law and suspend the Constitution and mass executions. That's the hard way. There isn't anywhere near, even now, there isn't anywhere near the willpower for something like that. Do you realize what it would take to call forth that level of willpower and to sustain it? The only way you get that level of willpower is if you utterly destroy the spirit of the country and you have no nation left. If you're calling for that level of response, what you're calling for is the death of the nation. Whatever came after that wouldn't be America. It'd be something wholly different. Now, we get the cultural winds behind us. Now we get to make a dent that will last. A couple more tips here.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Okay, I'm asking a lot in this chat, but can we get our Cherie Tower going?
That's supposed to be a Charlie Tower. He missed the L, but get a Charlie Tower going in the chat, boys. Do Charlie Kirk.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Regarding Nick's sincerity, I think that it will show in the next couple weeks. If his followers just continue to flat out lie about the goings on of things, then he hasn't learned anything. Or if he has and his followers continue, he can't control them.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
I accidentally hit it twice. Yeah, this is a story that's not told yet. This is one that we're gonna have to track this one for a little while and see how it goes. And like I said, keep praying. Keep praying for the man. Now, this guy here, Legal Mindset, I'm not going to play this video. I was thinking I might, but we still got a long ways to go. So he said, Asmongold doesn't even know how right he is. This is literally a legal silver bullet that can completely purge and transform corporate America, but it must be applied very carefully. Video coming on this topic soon. Specifically, this using AR. Using HR, not AR. No, we do not need to use AR. Use HR. Let them know how uncomfortable you feel. If you have people at your workplace who are making you uncomfortable by glorifying political violence, by celebrating the death of a great Christian martyr, you can weaponize HR against them. And he has a breakdown of this. I got these a little out of order here. So this one here is supposed to go here. He says stream followed by a shorter fast facts video coming on how to take action to report genuine safety threats in light of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is not fluff, but real effective action steps from the perspective of an experienced U.S. corporate lawyer. How to file a workplace complaint, and specifically reporting unsafe or unhealthy conditions. He's got an hour plus long stream where he went into a bunch of the details on it. And then he has a fast facts one as well of how you can, this is his fast facts summary video laying out the OSHA complaint strategy in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination. If this is combined with other methods such as boycotting companies who openly celebrate violence, there will be real results. This is how we weaponize their managerial system against them. They built it, we're going to turn it against them. Just like the offshore banks built the Eurodollar system to try to plunder us, to try to strip all the wealth out of our nation, that got them pot committed. Now we control the Eurodollar system. Now you're locked in here with us. You attached your fates to us. Now we control us. So here's some more examples of this. Nebraska's from American Truckers. Nebraska's governor's office responded this afternoon to our FOIA request with a copy of their press release. Governor Pillen reiterates his strong support for maximizing career opportunities for Americans and ensuring state government does everything possible to keep kids here in Nebraska to explore. Hold on a sec. I'm trying to see what did I grab the wrong thing here? I think I grabbed a tweet that I didn't mean to, but it's kind of similar. Gordon McGill said, holy shit, my tweet from the other day, along with back channel comms from Shannon, went to the governor's office of Nebraska, and they just threw their Secretary of State under the bus. Many such cases. This one here. U.S. Army Major Guillermo Muniz, commander at Fort Bragg, described Charlie Kirk's assassination as literally a FAFO situation. This man leads public affairs soldiers. Are you okay with this? And Major Guillermo is suspended and facing a commander's inquiry. It's not a formal relief from command yet, but he's not currently in charge of soldiers. More to follow. Many such cases. I just grabbed a handful of these as I saw them. In major corporations, in schools, in government agencies, in the military, all over the place. Everything is flipped. Now the libs are getting canceled. And all the employers, all the military leaders, all these people are all falling into line to cancel them. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. This is tremendous. I was thinking about this earlier when when I saw people talking about how we need to lock everything down and deploy the military to start rounding up people and arresting all of the reporters and journalists and all of that. And I'm like, we literally don't even have the personnel necessary for that. We quite literally don't even, especially given how many traitors and subversives are still present, as evidenced by a lot of these messages that are being posted. There was a Secret Service agent who said something similar, got himself suspended, soon to be fired. There quite literally is not the personnel right now to carry out something like that. You guys are completely out of control now. Building towers in the chat. I can't even tell what you're doing anymore. We don't have the personnel yet in order to carry out something like that. And even if we have, and I'm not just talking about people who are going to glorify the assassination of Charlie. I'm talking about ordinary kind of squishy normie people who are like, oh, that was horrifying, but martial law. No. It would be a great weakening to the administration to take a step like that. It shows tremendous strength and restraint and stability for them to stay the course exactly as they have, while at the same time capitalizing on this opportunity to accelerate their agenda. It is a failure state of the administration if they have to declare martial law and suspend the Constitution and all of that. That's a sign of weakness. And it's sure to fail. No, they've earned massive political capital from the way they've handled this thus far. And anybody trying to convince you otherwise it either has an agenda to demoralize you, or they're so beyond demoralized themselves that they probably should be, put in a work camp for a little while to get themselves right with God. Spend some time with their fingers in the dirt. Stay off the internet for a little while. Now, a major reason why this initiative has been happening, as I'm sure many of you guys are aware, is because of this absolute patriot right here, Oathman. Oathman on X. I've talked about him here on the show before. He got himself in a little hot water right after the inauguration because he posted a picture of himself next to the White House holding up a Bronze Age mindset, said, "Good game, liberals." Been following him for a while now. And if you listened to the Old Glory Club stream the other night, he hopped on there and he said, this administration is going to be raining fire down on these people. They are going to feel the full weight of the federal government. And then he's the one who initiated this. He says thousands of Democrats who previously went undetected are currently being mass purged from federal ranks. Every single cabinet secretary is on red alert. Our guys are sifting through thousands of pages of personnel documents. Professors are being fired. Keep going, patriots. You're not going to hear about this, apart from a tweet from someone like him. All these people who are like, the administration needs to tell us what's happening. They needed to delineate to us exactly what the plan is. Tell us everything that's going on behind the scenes. No, they don't. No, they don't. That would be retarded. Why would they do that? Is your brain broken? The way to do this is to operate in silence. Politically speaking, sneak up behind them and slit their throats in the dark. Politically speaking. It would be catastrophically stupid to advertise it. Hey, FYI, all of you anxious right-wing Twitter posters, just so you know, we're purging all of the leftists from the administration. We're hunting them down. We're sicking all of our cabinet secretaries, rifling through personnel documents. Morons. Please maintain the just most basic level of emotional continence. He says, small long post you must read. Do you not recognize the opportune moment we face? For decades, the left has filled the ranks of all powerful institutions with its foot soldiers. Law enforcement, military, academia, healthcare, law, finance, even our own party. They've shut us out of power. This next week, we have the opportunity to undo years of effort and purge these radicals from America's institutions. This is an opportunity to reshape academia and rid it of woke faculty, to cleanse law enforcement and the military of anti-American actors, to open up room in law, finance, and the F500, Fortune 500, for American patriots. Do not relent. Do not give up momentum. We are just getting started. Mass firings coming. This is coming from the administration. If you have time to doom post, you have time to get to work. He says, if you want to directly contribute to holding Democrats accountable for celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, DM me. We need virtual manpower. At Oathman on X. OTHMANONX. One more time. At OTHMANONX. DM him. We need as many of our anons going to work, purging the libs. This account, go follow him. For Charlie Kirk 1, Charlie's murderers. Send us evidence of radicals celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder on their website. Archiving data for public awareness. Say no to political violence. This is judo. This is political judo. This is a moment for national unity, just as Americans came together after 9/11 or the Boston Marathon bombing to report suspicious or criminal activity. Americans today band together to ensure we put an end to political violence. See something? Say something. They set up a website for you to go submit tips. When you see these things, submit the tips. This is going to have a chilling effect on the libs. That's not the end. That's not the win condition. This is intimidating them. This is driving the normies away from them. It's isolating and ostracizing the hostile people so they can be dealt with directly. And I don't know that this website itself is directly an initiative from the administration, but a member of the administration, I don't know what his role is, even if he's just like basically a low-level staffer. He's in communications with the administration. He's proven himself multiple times that he is. We've gotten plenty of tips about what's coming from him that have been borne out. This is effectively an operation from the administration. I cannot get over just how effective they are. This is brilliant politics. Weaponize the internet autists informally, unofficially, under the table, while continuing to stay the course publicly, officially. Donald Trump wants you for his Patriot Purge army. That's right. My president is recruiting. Get to work. If you have time to doom, you have time to work. Aesthetica. One of our greatest patriots on all this. He's been hard at work. He said, just want to thank all the patriots who are doing the hard work of holding these violent far-left extremists accountable. Hopefully, if enough people are held accountable, it will be enough to save some lives in the future. I would also ask that if you can and you have the means, subscribe on X to the people who have been working tirelessly for 2 days straight. I think they deserve it. The subscribe button is at the top right of their pages. These are just a handful of many accounts doing great work that deserve your support. You've got Aesthetica. You've got Aristophanes, Powerful Mutual, Libs of TikTok. I don't give a shit what you think about Libs of TikTok in the past. I don't give a shit what you think about her politics. She's doing good work. Support her. Solianath, Patriot. Mostly Peaceful Memes, Patriot. I don't give a shit what you think about them. Keep it to yourself. Write it in your diary. More. Martin, Captive Dreamer. Joma GC, Bad Hombre on Twitter. Right Angle News. Scott Pressler. Milo. They're doing the Lord's work. This is not just like some sort of little internet thing. This is making a dent. This is the sort of unity I'm talking about. Uniting to make the Democrat Party unfashionable. Meanwhile, here's what the president himself said when asked if he's going to do the Thomas Massey special, the mealy-mouthed both sides mumbo-jumbo horse shit. No, not my president.
Radicals on the right.
Okay, this is a really quiet clip. Can't make it any louder. So I'll start talking a little quieter so that the contrast isn't too much.
Right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right, oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders. The worst thing that happened...
My president loves his right-wing extremists. He sees us. He knows our soul. It's just, I couldn't, if you'd have asked me what should he say, I wouldn't have known what to say. He knew what to say. He's a natural. He knew exactly what to say. Yeah, there are. He's implicitly acknowledging, yeah, there are right-wing extremists out there. There are right-wing extremists who are radical, who might be inclined to engage in violence. But they didn't start it. They're reacting. And they're reacting out of love and patriotism because they love their country and they're being pushed to their limit. And my job is to represent them and protect them from the savages who started everything. Beautiful. Perfect. Wonderful statement, Mr. President. And the man is brokenhearted. He lost a son. He mentioned in this interview, I didn't have the clip for it, but he mentioned in this interview that Barron was devastated about what happened to Charlie. He lost a son. His sons are brokenhearted. Everything that this family has gone through. And they're not backing down. They're digging in even harder. God bless the Trumps, man. Pray for the family. We already knew this was coming, but we got it reinforced.
But you know, they have professional agitators. They're professional.
They're paid.
I had one the other night. I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood up. I looked at her immediately. She had money. She wasn't serious. They get paid for it. They're professional from Soros and other people. And we're going to look into Soros because I think it's a RICO case against him and other people. Because this is more than like protests. This is real agitation. This is riots on the street. And we're going to look into that. But you know.
And you know what it means when he says, we're going to look into that. Giga-Jew. We could not have the Giga-Jew. Look at him. Look how sad he is, man. Look how freaking sad he is.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Oh! The Giga-Jew is threatening the libs with exile. And you're blackpilling? Exile! You will live in exile. Do you? Oh my God. And all of this just became so much easier. The administration has a blank check. They have the mandate of heaven, even more than they had it before. They need to use this over and over and over again. Every single initiative that they want to advance. We're going to do this. Oh, you can't do that. You guys killed Charlie. Sit down. We're going to do this. No, you can't do it. You guys killed Charlie. Sit down. Every single time. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was the ultimate justification for the permanent destruction of the Democrat Party. Don't believe me? Let Scott Adams say it for you. Scott Adams, a respected consultant and advisor for the administration.
So people say the line has been crossed and everything's different, and I don't know. But let me suggest a few things that might change. Number one, I saw Mike Cernovich helpfully point out that this would be a good time for congressional hearings now, he said in a post on X. He goes, every billionaire funding far left-wing extremism, Soros, Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, massive RICO investigation now. Every dollar accounted for, every pass-through group's financial records public. What do you think of that? Now, you might say, well, why haven't they done that anyway? Why don't we know by now everything that's happening in these NGOs? We know a lot, and we know that they're corrupt money laundering organizations, but maybe even go bigger and just make all NGOs illegal, unless they've gone through some specific kind of vetting process. Just make them all illegal, not permanently. You say, all right, you could be illegal, you could be legal, but you're going to have to answer all these questions in writing, who's in charge and what you do and what you do with the money. You'd have to agree to be audited, stuff like that. So I'm 100% in favor of the government going way more aggressive on RICO investigations for this massive criminal enterprise called Democrats.
Massive criminal enterprise called Democrats. This is the messaging. Beat this drum over and over and over and over again. I've been saying it for weeks. The Democrat Party, as an institution, as a brand, must be formally and informally outlawed. If you do it effectively enough informally, you may not even need to do it formally. It just becomes a formality. Cheeky said, finish the fucking investigation after, but NGO leaders need to be detained and shut down ASAP. See, here's the thing. If you detain them before you do the investigation, you're leaving yourself wide open for making it worse. You cannot give them the opportunity to get off on a technicality. Everything has to be done exactly by the book. Every I dotted, every T crossed, ruthlessly, comprehensively, efficiently, patiently. It has to be absolutely, completely unimpeachable, which means it has to take time, which means we must be patient. Because if they make a mistake, if they arrest the wrong person, if they actually arrest an innocent person, or they charge someone with something that can't be fully proven, they just created a martyr. And you know that martyr is going to get turned into a martyr. Even with all the vibe shift, even with everything that's happening, do not give them any ammo. It would be stupid. It would be such an own goal. This must be a boa constrictor. Just tightening around them slowly, slowly. Just strangling them, crushing the life out of them. And it requires a tremendous amount of coordination, extremely complex distribution across a bunch of different agencies, while they still have traitorous elements within these agencies, which means they need to go full bore on the purge while they have this opportunity. A lot of these people have raised their hand and volunteered themselves to be purged. They need to clean those people out. And there's only so many people. There's personnel limitations. Like a cabinet secretary can literally only do so many things in a single day. So this process is going to take months, if not years. It must necessarily. But we can walk and chew gum at the same time. They can do this. They can deploy the military into the streets like they are. Just announced, Memphis and New Orleans are the next cities, which is very interesting. Start with DC, then Chicago, major port city, Memphis, New Orleans, major shipping hubs. You see where they're going here. They're securing the infrastructure first and foremost and laying the groundwork. And all of this is going to be so much easier. The people are going to be behind this so much more. And anytime anybody cries and complains, shut the fuck up, you guys killed Charlie, sit down.
Would it work? Well, remember the Democrats have really good lawyers and lots of them. So probably it would just get all tied up in the courts for 100 years until Trump was out of office and it all went away. But it's one thing we could do. It's one thing we could do. And I'll tell you one thing that's changed is risk tolerance. When one of your own, and by the way, I take this very personally. I didn't know Charlie personally. My only fleeting connection was he once invited me on his podcast, and I thought I was going to be dead in a few weeks, so I didn't return his message. So I never talked to him. But it's still personal. This one's personal because I consider myself a brother in arms, meaning that we were in the same war, in the same platoon. I just didn't know him personally. So the fact that he got taken out, oh, that's personal. That's personal. And so when that happens, my personal risk profile gets adjusted. When I say, oh, you mean there's a chance I'll be shot? All right, then Rico every one of these motherfuckers to the ground. I wouldn't have wanted to, destroy the country by going after the billionaires and really making it that overtly political. And it would be massive destruction. Now I'm all in. I'm all in for the massive destruction. Yep, it's risky. Let's do it. Because it's something we can do. It's not directly related to Charlie, but it changes my risk tolerance. And I'm all in now. I believe the Democrat Party has to be totally dismantled. I wouldn't have said that 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I would have said the healthiest thing for the country is that there are two strong political parties battling it out in a war of ideas. But you know who else thought that? Charlie fucking Kirk. He thought that we could talk it out. His whole model was based on polite debate and doing it in public so everybody could see it.
I don't know if you guys listen to Scott regularly, but this is what it sounds like when Scott Adams is at the end of his rope. This is seeing red, pissed off Scott Adams.
That didn't work. He got shot to death. So now we just need to destroy the entire Democrat Party. Legally. Not illegally. Not with guns. Legally. But I am no longer content with the...
He got shot to death. So now we need to destroy the entire Democrat Party.
Democrat Party existing in its current form with its current supporters. It could be reconstituted into something honest, but at the moment, I think it needs to be ripped out by the roots. Now, that will be very bad for the country. It will make us, at each other's throats, and it would be a bad idea if Republicans just had all the power forever, and there was no risk that they would lose it. I'm not in favor of that. Until now. Now I'm in favor of it. It would be a big risk, wouldn't it? Okay. People would get killed if it got this tense. That's very tragic. Do it anyway.
Do it anyway.
We can no longer settle for the status quo. Whatever this big Democrat machine is, and again, it's not like the leadership of the Democrats, ordered the hit. I don't think that happened. But I do think that they knew that they were creating a situation that was a mortal danger to Trump supporters. They're trying to kill us indirectly by creating a situation in which somebody's going to take the shot. And that's what happened. It looks like it. It's still possible there's something about that shooter we don't know, and I might be wrong about everything. But even if I'm wrong about the motivation entirely, I'm not wrong that they're still creating a situation that it would happen tomorrow because they haven't stopped calling him Hitler. They're blaming him for the shooting. It didn't get better, it got worse.
Thomas Massey is blaming him for the shooting. Dude, it breaks my heart to see Thomas Massey so utterly beclown himself. To reveal himself as a political enemy, because that's what he is. That's where he's chosen to align. Until he comes out with his grand reveal that he has been an agent behind enemy lines this whole time, I have no choice but to conclude that he has decided to be a political enemy. This was the breaking point. When this happened, and his response to it was, well, Trump has some pretty strong rhetoric. Trump has contributed to this problem. Motherfucker! I saw red. And the first thing he did the next morning, Charlie's body wasn't even cold yet. And he's back tweeting about Epstein trying to rally people behind his Epstein initiative. Couldn't even give it 24 fucking hours. Just a complete and utter catastrophic failure.
So, yes, I'm with Mike Cernovich. We need to rip open this whole billionaire game, whatever's going on there.
I love this little image here. Can imagine Scott just looking over the edge of his mug. Take this image, put it on a shirt with, "We are gonna fucking kill you" on it. Yeah, laser eyes. Laser eyes with the WAGTFKY over it. I would wear that. Yeah, Trump said primary him. I say primary him. Get him the fuck out of the government. Let him go, live his life, take care of his children, live on his farm, and maybe preserve a tiny bit of his legacy. Years from now, we can look back and we could say, the man sacrificed a tremendous amount. The man went through something extraordinarily tragic. But he needs to go. He needs to be out now. It's done. Here's more brilliant judo, political judo, messaging judo from Glenn Beck, of all people. And I don't care what he's done in the past, what he said, what he's not said. The man has given a paycheck to Orrin McIntyre. He is a patriot.
We must stop calling Charlie anything other than a civil rights leader. We need to plant that stake deep. It is time that we point out that what he was doing was not politics. What he was doing was trying to stand up for people's civil rights, to show people how a civilization is not a civilization unless you can have a dialogue with people who are diametrically opposed to you, that don't believe anything that you believe in. And yet you can have a civil dialogue, and how important that is. That's our civil right, our right to free speech. And that gunman was trying to take that right away from him and from you and everyone else. Shut up. You will be silenced. You will not say those things. And there has been a force in this country to try to convince people that you don't have a right, that you have a responsibility to silence others. You don't. In this country, one of our main civil rights is we can express ourselves the way we feel we need to express ourselves. And I'm sorry, if you don't like it, you have to just take it and then say, I'd like to have a discussion with you on that. I'd like to know how you got there. I'd like to have the opportunity to argue against that. And you have that right to argue against it. And hopefully, if we are more like Charlie Kirk, we're having those dialogues with each other in a civilized fashion. But make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader as much as Martin Luther King. I'm waiting to see the first city that will make a Charlie Kirk Boulevard.
Yes!
Phoenix, you should be the one. There's a Martin Luther King Boulevard. There should be a Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader, and we must take that for him and own that, because all of these so-called civil rights leaders, Black Lives Matter, that was a money scam. That had nothing to do with anything other than money and power. Charlie was actually fighting for civil rights.
This, yes. Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Charlie Kirk Day. Federal holiday. Redefine what civil rights means. Civil rights means Charlie Kirk. How he lived. How he acted. The values he represented. That's what it means. Because the term civil rights isn't going away. You're not going to get rid of it. So you redefine it. You define it. We define it. You instantiate it. You embody the concept of civil rights with the image, with the picture of Charlie Kirk. That's political conquest. That's taking territory and colonizing it. That's power. All right. I was going to play this video from Nick Fuentes, my response to the left, but where are we at right now? 4 hours in. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that one. May do it on the next lab. It might be kind of a little out of date by then. So I'll just include it in the link so you guys can go watch it yourselves. It's 12 and a half minutes long. I want to watch this video with Mark Cuban and Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson had zero time for Mark Cuban's bullshit. This was before what happened with Charlie. This is in the All In podcast. And Tucker Carlson showed up ready for violence. And Mark Cuban was not prepared for it at all. This is the video. I saw this video and I was like, Tucker Carlson is the heart and soul of America. So the format here is there's like the first 20 minutes or so with Mark Cuban, and then an overlap with the two of them both there, and then the last little bit with Tucker. I'm going to play the first part with Mark Cuban because it's relevant. There's context there that's relevant for the later part. Oh yes, there is. Hold on a second here. Let me come back over here. Check the donos. Yeah, donos are in here. Whoa. A bunch of them have come through, and it wasn't refreshing for me. Okay, let's play these real quick.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Only he who has spirit ought to have possessions, otherwise possessions are a public danger. The value of a thing sometimes lies not in what one attains with it, but in what one pay for it, what it costs us. Let them pay for it, let it cost us nothing.
His possessions was the word that sounded kind of funny. Only he who has spirit ought to have possessions. Otherwise, possessions are a public danger. The value of a thing sometimes lies not in what one attains with it, but in what one pays for it, what it costs us. Let them pay for it. Let it cost us nothing. Yeah, I think we've made progress in that direction. We're moving in the direction toward irresponsible people being disenfranchised. We're moving in the direction of asylums being normalized. We're moving in the direction of an expansion of capital punishment. We're moving in the direction of a restoration of hard labor and exile as common punishments. It must happen. These are fundamental, these are foundational planks in civilization. It has to happen. And I believe that it will. It'll take time. These sorts of things don't happen overnight, but I believe it will happen. Come on.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
What can men do against such reckless hate? Weird Steven has an answer.
Yeah, we love our Steven. We have the weirdest Stevens, and we love them. And then one more.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Pissed off Red Scott Adams is only 7 on the Kyle scale. Kill the poor, guess the Jews, purge the heretic. Crush your enemies with absolute contempt and let their children watch. Politically speaking, of course. Hope Trump adds more to this problem.
We're pushing the limits of what Streamlabs and Kick are gonna tolerate. That was the first part of that was pissed off Red Scott Adams is only 0.7 on the Kyle scale. I'm not going to read the rest of it because hopefully maybe the German accent is enough to make the automated algorithms not pick up on it. Thank you, man. Okay. So let us watch this fantastic interview, about an hour long. I put it on 1 1/4. And of course, I'll have to pause and kind of comment as we go. But this is the All In podcast posted 3 days ago. We've got Mark Cuban and talks about American healthcare, state of the two-party system, and then about 20 minutes in, Tucker Carlson comes in.
Mark Cuban is here. Ever since he was a child, he wanted to be an entrepreneur.
Love to go. NBA's most famous.
Cash.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. God, Mark, it feels like we've been doing this for 30 years, and we have.
And we have, I know.
We have.
What GLP are you on?
what off-menu items?
Looking pretty... None.
He's in retirement. Sells a team.
Nah,
takes a break.
All the stress
is off. You really do look incredible. Like, are you doing something?
I'm working out.
Yeah. We want to know about the off-the-menu items. We'll talk backstage.
I noticed that he ditched the lesbian glasses, but it didn't make him look less like a lesbian.
No off-the-menu items.
No off-the-menu items. Okay.
Nothing.
Just exercise.
Speaking of looking like a lesbian, I actually kind of like J. Cal. He pisses me off, but I think he's entertaining.
I'm watching what I eat. Yeah.
What was more painful in the last year? Kamala losing or Luka getting traded?
Luka getting traded. It's not even close. And no, I had nothing to do with it.
We know, and you sold the team. You explained it 50 different ways to Sunday, but there was this idea that you would still be involved to some extent.
Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah.
Unpack it.
Yeah, I mean, when I did the deal, the presumption was that I would still be running basketball. And we tried to put it in the contract, but the NBA said the governor is the governor and they make all final decisions. And then, I was involved, and then we went on this run where we went to the finals, and rather than trying to interject myself all the time, right, I was like, I don't want to get in the way, we're rolling. And that was a mistake, right? So there were some things that happened internally where, the person who traded Luka didn't want me there, and so they won, I lost.
Yeah.
That's in the past. I'm still hardcore Mavs and NFL.
A rare...
Tyler says J. Cal kind of looks like Forrest Gump if he were gay instead of retarded. Made me laugh again just reading it. It totally does.
L for Mark.
No, there's been plenty of them. I just try to minimize them.
Yeah.
Mark, let's talk about healthcare. You started a business that has had a really profoundly disruptive impact, and it's compounding. Tell the people the business you started and tell them why you started it and why you just think healthcare is important.
Sure.
So this is very relevant here. He talks about his business here, and it's going to become very relevant once Tucker comes on.
I got a cold email from a Dr. Alex Oshmayansky, and he wanted to create what's called a compounding pharmacy where pharmacies can make drugs per order. And it was right around the time the Pharma Bro was going to jail for jacking up the price of this generic drug called Daraprim. And I was like, how can he do this, Alex? And in investigating it, it became very clear very quickly that no one knew what the price of any medication was, and there was zero transparency. And so I was like, this is wrong. So we got the URL costplusdrugs.com, and we set it up so that when you go to costplusdrugs.com, costplusdrugs.com, and you put in the name of the medication, whatever it may be, we're going to show you our actual cost. And not only are we going to show you our actual cost, we're going to show you our markup, which is only 15%. Plus for mail order is $5 for shipping, $5 for the pharmacist to review, and then we also have the option of local pickup. Now, what really created the change is we were the first to ever do that. And even to this day, 3.5 years later, nobody else publishes their price list for medications. And so when you think about healthcare, particularly the financial side, nobody trusts it at all.
Yeah.
And then
Miles Sanders says they're talking about how good he looks with the Bernie Frank titties poking out of that polo. It's funny because Chamath is actually in very, very good shape.
reality, trust is actually a formula in my mind. Trust equals transparency divided by self-interest. We were completely transparent, and in terms of self-interest, only a 15% markup on medications is fair and it's nothing. And so, I get emails all the time, like, I was looking at having to pay $900 or $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000, and your price is $21.
But just explain that. It's not as if it's 21 versus 40 or 90. It's 21 versus 900.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Because it can. If you have an entire industry of insurance companies and the pharmacy benefit managers that either own them or they own, controlling the flow, the financial flow in an entire healthcare industry, and it's completely opaque by design, they get to charge what they want. Because again, unless you know to go to costplusdrugs.com, you have no idea what your Medicaid, did I say that right? Costplusdrugs.com. I'm not a salesperson at all.
.com.
But
the segment brought to you by.
Yeah, right? Costplusdrugs.com. But unless you know to go check pricing with us, you're just walking in and just hoping you can afford it. And the way the system is set up now, even at Medicare Advantage or Medicare Part D, we'll be cheaper.
I used to really like, back when I was, I used to watch Shark Tank and I used to really like Mark Cuban. I can understand why people would like him, like why he would have appeal to people. But now honestly, I kind of feel sorry for him, especially after watching what Tucker does to him.
Cheaper than your copay, and particularly if it's co-insurance. One of the things that the pharmacy benefit managers did that's just a complete ripoff, they created tiers of medications. And so there's generic tiers, there's brand tiers, but even in Medicare and Medicare Advantage, they created these things called specialty generics.
It turns out that Kevin O'Leary was the real hero of Shark Tank.
They're just pills. There's like a drug called imatinib, all these multiple sclerosis drugs, there's a long list of them. But because they designated them as special, they either use a co-insurance or a very high copay. We don't do any of that. So a big part of our business is people on Medicare Advantage, on Medicare Part D. With
Are there drugs you can't get access to, or you can't compound, or you can't make?
There's certain drugs, like the biggest brand drugs, the Eliquis of the world, we can't get access to them. And the reason why we can't get access to them is because those big PBMs, they have these things called formularies which determine the drugs that you're allowed to have access to for 180 million plus people. Yeah. And they've literally told the brand manufacturers, if you deal with costplusdrugs.com, we will diminish you on that formulary. So instead of reaching 180 million people, and not just for the drugs they work with us on, but for their entire portfolio.
Sounds like an antitrust case.
Yes, it is.
But Mark, if this gets changed, the PBMs gets wiped out. First of all, should the PBMs all get deleted? And if they do get deleted, what's going to happen in the marketplace? Is there suddenly going to be a big commoditization, more competitors for your business, et cetera?
I don't care about the competition because our markup's still going to be 15%. Yep. And we're so...
I get the sense from having watched Mark Cuban for a long time, and maybe this is just me. I used to like him. I genuinely think he believes in what he's saying. I think he's genuinely this vapid. Like, he actually thinks he's the good guy. He actually thinks he's solving healthcare through this. But like Mr. Seuss said up here, Mark Cuban is a walking meat suit bank account created for money laundering. He's a fraud. And I think he doesn't even realize it. I think he genuinely does see himself as this advocate for the little guy, and he's going to solve healthcare, and he genuinely thinks he's making a difference, which is, just wait.
AI driven, we only have 70 people in the entire company, and we manufacture drugs in the whole 9 yards. So if they're all wiped out, or the easier approach is require that the formularies are segregated from the PBMs, because all they really do is auction off access to those formularies. Yeah. And when they do that...
So do you think the PBM should be deleted?
Well, there's pass-through PBMs. I mean, the shit that PBMs do are just insane. Like, if you wanted to go... If your company, if you get your insurance from your employer, and they wanted to go to Lilly or Novo Nordisk to do a wellness program to determine who's most suited for GLP-1s, they're not allowed to do that. And on top of that...
Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead here because you got him talking about his whole, how passionate he is about costplusdrugs.com. Costplusdrugs.com. He's going to revolutionize the healthcare industry. He's an advocate for the little man. Our markup's only 15%. Costplusdrugs.com. Costplusdrugs.com. Costplusdrugs. Okay, anyway, so...
But if you are able to crack this, it will obviously not just be a great service for people, but you will build an immense amount of social and political capital. And, you know, we mentioned this backstage, but some folks have whispered and said, you know, when we ask who is the leader of the Democratic Party, you know, and they say it's Mark Cuban.
Eric Swalwell said this on our show.
That was a long time ago.
But Mark, can you just transition and just talk about that, which is where is the Democratic Party? If you're able to get this done, how can you sort of reinvigorate that side of the aisle?
I don't care about the Democratic Party. People think I'm a Democrat. I'm not.
I think you're a Democrat.
I'm not. If it were up to me, I'd kick both parties to the curb. I think both parties suck, right?
I'm with that. Moderate.
And I think he believes that. He sincerely believes that. Yeah, he just wants to be liked.
Independence, common sense. So does that mean you're a pro-America Party? If you were advising Elon, would you tell him, stay out of the Republican Party, just try to win some seats for common sense, and would you back him with the America
Party? Depends on, you know, the policies and who the politicians were. But yeah, I tweeted or posted, yes, I'm wide open to that. We need to look at each individual situation for its own merits, right? I just don't care about either party. You know, both, like, the Republican Party isn't the Republican Party anymore. It's the Trump family business. And the Democratic Party doesn't even exist anymore because, you know, they don't even know what they're doing and there's nobody in charge, right? They both suck.
Now, I thought that was a very interesting thing for him to say. He says the Democrat Party doesn't even exist anymore. There's nobody in charge. And for all you can say about him, like, he's actually if you have a billionaire who's politically connected, I mean, yeah, he is a meat suit, he's a bank account for someone, but he's politically connected. He's working in healthcare, like he's got to be lobbying and all that sort of stuff. So if he's saying the Democrat Party doesn't even exist, there's nobody running the show. It's running on fumes right now. It has no leadership. There is nobody. They would need a new person to consolidate behind. And that person is going to have to compete in terms of charisma and narrative crafting with the Trump administration.
Yeah. Do you get calls from Democratic leadership saying, what should we do? Give us.
Yeah.
And what do you say?
Well, basically what I tell them is you have to learn how to sell. They have no idea how to sell. I'll give you a perfect example, right? Right now with the enhanced...
Not just, like, yeah, they do need to learn how to sell. They also need to have something to sell, and they don't.
ACA credits, subsidy credits, are set to expire at the end of this year, right? That, when they expire for 12.5 million people...
These are the Obamacare healthcare credits.
Right, for the ACA, right? And so when they expire, let's just take a family of 5 from the state of Texas, the great state of Texas, $125,000 in income, 3 kids. By the time you look at all their adjustable gross income and all that kind of stuff, their net federal tax rate is 3.3%, their effective tax rate, 3.3%. That same family, right, if they lose their the enhanced credits, because they're eligible for them, their monthly payments will go from $880, give or take, per month to about $2,300 a month. So that delta of $1,500 a month, that's $18,000 a year. That's
everything.
That's 20%. That's a 20% tax increase.
You know, it's fascinating. He's like, well, they need to learn how to sell. Well, give us an example. What do they need to learn how to sell? I don't know about you, but my eyes rolled into the back of my head, and you know, I farted when he'd spent the last minute talking about this. That's not an example. Like, this isn't like him. He's like, oh, you need to know how to sell. You need to have something to sell. That's not something to sell. Hey, something your insurance premiums or whatever, your tax rates are going to change if this thing happens. This is politics from 30 years ago. Nobody gives a shit about that. Oh, if you don't vote for the Democrats, then you're going to pay more. Versus, we're going to get violent murderers and thugs out of your communities. We're going to secure the border. We're going to bring in massive investment into the country, drive down energy costs. We're going to get your jobs back. We're going to crush wokeness. Like, how do you compare these things?
Now that's right in front of the Democrats to jump all over when it comes to, you know, all the stuff that's coming up, right? Yet not a single word that this is the biggest increase in the history of tax increases ever. And so they're not cognizant of just the obvious things. And then the Republicans aren't cognizant of it either, because they've got to realize that you are about to screw over 12.5 million people in a way they've never been screwed over before. You know, it's just right there, right in front of them, and nobody's paying attention to, like, and we wonder,
what do they say? When you point this out to Democratic leadership that calls you, what's the response?
That's a good point.
And it seems like they're leaning into this, ban the billionaires, social.
Yeah, and that's so
event.
stupid. I had that conversation the other day. 942 or however many people. Look, it's like the Mondami thing, right? They haven't learned from 10 years of Trump.
Here's a funny thing. Mark Cuban, who people are like, oh, he's like a big influential Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. He can't even say the guy's name right. He repeatedly calls him Mondami.
Mondami is just Trump progressive version, right? You just say what people want to hear. You want rent control? Yeah, I'll give you rent control, right? You want free transportation? Got it, right? You want grocery stores paid for by the government? Done. That's Trump 101, you know? And so he has figured it out.
Yeah.
The rest of them have not.
Yeah.
I think this might be a good time to bring out our. Stay here.
Here we go.
Mark, but I think we want to bring out.
We want to introduce you to a friend of ours. People who are
let's
also.
just add one more bestie.
Let's add a bestie.
Give us a surprise
Tucker.
bestie. Come on out.
Surprise bestie coming out. Tucker Carlson.
And it's in. I'll give you a hug.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Watch the body language and the energy levels now. Yeah, the Tucker laugh. Here, let's get that. Let's get that Tucker laugh. For the rest of this video now, watch just as you're just kind of monitor the body language, the energy levels, the fact that Tucker, he comes out there, everything is orbiting around him. Watch Mark Cuban's body language next to him.
I think you guys are on the couch next to each other.
Yeah, come on.
But actually, what Mark.
The right and the left.
Mark raised an interesting question there, which is, I'm curious to get your take, Tucker, which is, where's the line of democracy, Tucker, between giving the people what they want, which is democracy, versus what Mark seems to be saying, which is pandering to them or something, or offering something that...
Where is the line? I mean, I can identify it. It's at costplusdrugs.com.
Yes, sir.
It's happening. I was thinking backstage, like,
this is one smart man.
Where do I
right
meet
here.
my SSRI needs? Like, let's say I need, I don't know, a pallet of benzo. Costplusdrugs.com. I would say that falls on the kind of radical democracy end of the spectrum, which I oppose. No, I mean, it's a balance. Obviously, the founding documents reflect the balance that the founders, for all their sort of overhyped genius, they really were geniuses, actually, and they thought deeply about this. And how do you not devolve into the ugliest form of democracy, which inevitably leads to tyranny, where you're just like taking payoffs and seeking affirmation from the mob? And
the way, yeah, get this bitch off me. Like, you can see Mark Cuban is immediately deferential to him. All of his body language is now, he's the one that slides over there and like puts his arm around him, and Tucker's like, I'm gonna fucking stab you in the stomach. Get your hands off of me. The first thing he does, he comes out there and just in the most Anglo aristocracy fashion, just eviscerates him with his very first line. And he doesn't stop. He keeps going.
Oligarchy that is at the other extreme. And clearly we're on sort of like, or were up until Trump's election, sort of at one end.
Yes, the merchant always bows to the aristocrat, Lord Breezy. Yes.
Where there's no demonstrable effort by the government to meet like the basic desires of the population, doing just the opposite. There was never like any effort to poll people like, hey, would you like 40 million new Americans? Like, no one's for that in any country ever. And they just sort of gave it to you and shouted you down whether you wanted it or not. Hey, maybe we should, the real problem is the Houthis. Okay, oh, the Houthis, all right. As my father said to me growing up, just beware the Houthis. ancient enemy of our people, like what? And they would just sort of present these things, or Putin is bad, you gotta hate Putin. Really, I don't really have strong feelings. Shut up, Russian tool or whatever. This is even before I loved Putin. I was like, what are you even talking about? So in place of-
Let me hear that again.
You gotta hate Putin. Really, I don't really have strong feelings. Shut up, Russian tool or whatever. This is even before I loved Putin. I was like, what are you even talking about? So in place of sort of the actual organic...
He is spicy. You can tell that, and like it's funny, but also you can tell that Tucker is fucking pissed. He is boiling. That's why he's getting as zingy as he is. He hides his power levels, but he is really, really getting tired of hiding his power levels. And let me tell you, he has extraordinarily substantial power levels. He has a lot that he's hiding. I can tell you that with confidence.
Organic desires of the people, which are never that different from society to society, peace, prosperity, hope of a better future for your children, the promise of grandchildren, not just sterility. In place of those, they manufacture these things you're supposed to want. So that's obviously like way on the other side. of what we think of as just basic responsive government. Are we going too far otherwise? I don't know. We're not even a year in, but that is the tension.
Tucker.
Jukebox Wizard says something to consider. Cuban's family is from Ukraine or Russia. From Ukraine, and that's going to come up in just a minute.
I want to get your reaction to what Mark said. Mark characterized Mamdani as Trump on the left, like he's taken the Trump playbook and inverted it and applied it in a more, with leftist rhetoric. Do you agree with that characterization? What is working in Mamdani, and what is the same and different versus?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on Mamdani. I don't know him. I've tried to interview him a bunch of times because I think it'd be interesting. There's clearly something there, right? And it's not just about hating Israel or the foreign policy stuff. I refuse to believe that's the core of it. I think it's part of it. But I think the core of it is just economic frustration. And I think this is a marker for what we're going to see a whole lot more of, which is economic populism. That's the actual next chapter. That's going to scare the shit out of everyone in this room. And I get it. I'm not even calling for it. I'm just saying when your kids can't buy a house or even dream of buying a house when they're buying DoorDash on credit, you're ripe for some kind of revolution. And the question is it a violent one, God forbid, or is it a kind of sincere Bernie Sanders?
That right there, if you remember his conversation with Charlie, that's why that's in his mind. DoorDash on credit, he didn't even know about that until Charlie brought it to his attention. Buy now, pay later. And then they talked about how the sincere Bernie Sanders would be a political titan. They talked about that in that conversation. I did an episode with it. If you guys haven't listened to that, go back. It was July 23, I think, ASTROLABE.
But either way, you're going to get some kind of massive reaction to that because that is a core human need.
What's the impact of social media in all this? Because I think another thing that Madami and Trump have in common is they know how to make the algorithms work in their favor.
Yeah.
When Trump talks about they're eating cats and dogs.
Which I think they were, by the way.
Well, maybe one person was, right? But it was certainly...
Okay, maybe one person?
So that's not a
Eating one dog is too many. If
that's not
being American means anything, if you could boil down a national creed to one statement, is no dog eating here.
Yeah. What about cats?
Yes!
I'm agnostic on cats, but no dog eating.
Yeah, cats are pricks.
That's like a foundational principle.
Well, no, but if it is about...
God bless Tucker Carlson, man. I do not understand the people who don't... Again, okay, I guess I can understand if you don't love him. I absolutely adore the man. I've watched hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of him. Every interview, everything he's done for the last, I don't know, a couple of years. And I've been watching his radicalization, and the man has a heart of gold. He is the heart and soul of America. And he is he's like one of the few remaining examples that we have of that WASP aristocracy. Like that's him. He's fully given over to that. He's like a preservation of that legacy.
Wages. If it is about affording a home, let's put the political parties aside. What's the path forward, Mark, Tucker, of maybe letting the bottom third believe in America again? Should we raise the minimum wage? Do we need to have a Manhattan Project to do something as easy as build 5 million homes? I mean, we live in the great state of Texas. They build homes like you wouldn't believe, and rents have...
Yeah, he was the only one during COVID on TV, the only one. He is one of the bravest men in America. Extraordinarily brave. And he's extremely spiritually in tune. And if you've watched him for a while, like I have, you've watched him grappling with these things and coming online, going from being just sort of like a agnostic, whatever, socialite kind of, to beginning to take matters of faith really, really seriously.
Gone down in Texas 3 years in a row. I mean, there are solutions to these problems. What should we solve for as a country? Politics aside, if we had a top 2 or 3 things, what do we need to solve, Mark? And then Tucker, same for you.
I think we've forgotten about entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the challenges of the tariffs, that we...
Look at him. He says that, and he's immediately looking at Tucker because he wants approval. He turns over to look at him to see his reaction to it because he wants approval from Tucker.
We've forgotten about entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the challenges of the tariffs, that we hear about $500 billion investment, $600 billion investment, $2 trillion, whatever in aggregate.
All of Tucker's body language is, I want to fucking choke this guy out.
Investment, but we don't talk about the 10% effective or 15 or 20% effective tariffs and the impact on small businesses, and not just from the actual tariffs per se, but from the friction that they create for the companies trying to run their companies, right? Like for my Shark Tank companies, it's put several out of business. And when you hear the president talk about them, I understand he's trying to work on a macro basis. That's what he's trying to do. That's fine. But for talk about them, I understand.
Tucker's face. It's like that, like the edits of someone where you get the guy who someone's like his wife or girlfriend or whatever is talking to him, and like their voice kind of fades out, and like that kind of sad, mournful music starts playing. That's what's happening to him right now.
Understand he's trying to work on a macro basis. That's what he's trying to do. That's fine. But for, there's 33 million companies, 30 million of them are solopreneurs. There's only 22,000 companies that have 500 or more employees. 60% of new jobs are created by small companies. I think they're being ignored. And to your point, if he's able to reduce friction in terms of zoning, in terms of anything else that makes it more difficult to run, whether it's using AI or whatever it may be, then I think the American spirit takes over. Right? You guys are entrepreneurs. You're an entrepreneur. You know that, the ideas are there. The people who want to implement those ideas are what makes this. You can go around the world and they don't talk about the French dream, the Houthi dream. They talk about the American
By the way, over
dream.
lunch, the French government collapsed, I understand.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah. But they talk about the American dream. That's what makes this country great. That's what makes this country different. And I think for a long time now, we've forgotten about those entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. I agree. Well, Tucker, what do you got on the short list?
Tucker praying to make his murderous thoughts go away. Yeah. Vivo Cristo Rey says he looks at you like you're so stupid that he's deeply concerned for your well-being. Yes, and frankly, like he is. Like the man has a gigantic heart. He's very, very sincere, and he genuinely loves and cares about people, even when he hates them with a passion.
I mean, I think housing is at like the core of kind of everything. Where you live is like one of the central questions of your life. I don't think it's actually about housing.
So here's such a brilliant contrast between the two of them. You have Mark Cuban, who I don't even know what he said. No idea. He starts talking, and I'm just like, oh, whatever. He's talking to tariffs and entrepreneurs and whatever, building and rents, and I don't even remember. Just blah, 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 blah. He's like the adult in a Charlie Brown movie. Wah, 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 wah. And then Tucker just goes straight to the heart of it.
It's about autonomy, actually. Both sides want to subvert it. The left is always talking about housing. The unhoused, as if the core problem with homelessness is we don't have enough, Section 8 high-density buildings or something. It's nothing to do with that. And the right talks about it like even to address the question is to sort of buy into the Mamdani program. You're a socialist or something. Yeah. And no, I think the material condition of your people is like a really big deal, and you should focus on it. It doesn't make you a socialist at all. I am not a socialist, obviously. And then they go too far. I don't think building condos in Yellowstone either is the answer. We have way too many people in the country. So the top line numbers really matter. How many people live here? Well, we don't actually know the answer.
Right.
Trump told me directly he thought it was 50 million. He's the president of the United States. He doesn't know.
That's an interesting point there. Little nugget. Trump told him directly he thought there's 50 million illegals in the country. That's from the president. The president thinks there's 50 million illegals in the country, which is wildly more than the vast majority of normal mainstream. There's even like people who are immigration restrictionists who are like, yeah, get all the illegals out, who are like, yeah, there's probably 20 or 30 million illegals. I think there's probably more than 50. But the fact that the president thinks there's 50 million illegals is incredibly heartening.
How many people whose identities we don't really know live here, which is a little weird in a time of facial recognition. I have to have my nose scanned to get on an airplane, but we don't know who's here. I call bullshit, but whatever, we don't know. But we do know that, and from traveling, that how many people a country has determines the nature of the country almost more than anything, right? I mean, this is kind of why the places you go on vacation are not densely populated. So we need to articulate just the obvious supply and demand principles out loud.
Don't we have more fundamental issues than that, though?
This is the value of Tucker. Tucker can go into this audience of people, the All In podcast audience, and he can talk, he can delineate. It's like when you feed your dog, you give your dog a pill and you wrap it in, I don't know, a piece of meat with some peanut butter or something like that, and you stick it in there. That's what Tucker can do. He can take what has very recently, and even for most people is still radical right-wing extremist immigration restrictionist positions, and he just just slides them right in, makes them palatable for this sort of audience.
There's no more fundamental issue than who lives in your country, dude.
There is, right? Because, because if you want
that interaction, here's where Tucker's starting to lose it. That the condescending like hand touch, like Tucker's whole body moves because he got touched.
There's no more fundamental issue than who lives in your country, dude.
There is, right? Because if you want
the cost of prescription drugs.
No, but if you want the birth rate to go up,
I may have an answer to that, Mark.
Thank you. What was the name of the place?
Costplusdrugs.com.
Smart man.
For your drug needs, I'm Cal Worthington.
I'm Cal Worthington. He's such a fucking savage.
Yeah, sorry.
But if you can't afford to live here, you can't afford kids, right? If you can't afford health care.
Mark, let me ask you a question. What's your take on whether we should be sending money to Ukraine or not? Were you?
Here we go. Oh, God bless you, David Sachs, for lobbing this my spicy meatball out there. And David Sachs knows exactly what he's doing.
Mark, let me ask you a question. What's your take on whether we should be sending money to Ukraine or not? Were you in favor of that?
Man, they need it.
I mean, honestly, I don't have a good answer.
Look at that look on that little grin on David Sachs's face.
Or not? Were you in favor of that?
Man, they need it.
He knows what he's doing.
I mean, honestly, I don't have a good answer. You know, I can make an argument both ways, and half my family is Ukrainian from my grandparents, and so, you know, personally, I think we should help, but I don't have a studied answer for you.
How much money have you sent to Ukraine?
None.
How much money have you sent to Ukraine? None.
Oh, so what do you mean by we? You're the one whose family's from Ukraine. Like, why don't you send them $1 billion?
Because I'm trying to fix healthcare.
Well, why don't you fix their healthcare if you're like so deep? If you think we need to help, why don't you start? How about you first? Yeah. I notice that's never like even an option for anybody. It's like, we need to help. That's not what charity is. Forcing other people to help is not charity. It's vanity.
The good news.
Just nuked him. If Mark Cuban ever had political aspirations, this is savagery. Everyone sees Tucker and they see this sort of like sassy, maybe a little foppish kind of. He's got a goofy laugh and all of that, but the man is ruthless. That was a dagger straight under the ribs. And of course, Jake has to come in and bail him out.
This is all the weapons were on loan lease. We're getting it back. And our dear president, Trump, has negotiated that we own half the minerals. So he turned this horrible tragedy of a war into a profit center, which is one of his unique gifts. I think we can all agree.
Can I just follow up on another alternative root cause? And I've harped on this a lot. Federal spending. Ultimately,
if Friedberg's going to start asking questions, it's so funny how each of the guys all has their own like thing that they're always going to hit on. Friedberg, as soon as he starts talking, it's going to get real nerdy real fast.
If the federal deficit remains as it is, 6.5% of GDP, we're printing money. The Federal Reserve has to buy all the treasuries to fund the government. That money printing and all of those inefficient programs for lending, for housing, lending for student loans, spending on stuff that has no ROI, et cetera, ultimately leads to inflation and leads to everything becoming unaffordable. Is it not an option, and how much do you both care about or think about reining in the federal spending and having those kind of pointed conversations about the importance of this? And
go ahead, Tucker.
It's actually pretty good. He for being such a nerdy, wonky question, he actually set it up pretty well. Miles Sanders says, I love how he just goes into a nice little talk and turns it into a struggle session. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could tell the way that he came in there, he has total and complete contempt for Mark Cuban. The existence of someone like Mark Cuban is a detriment to the nation in the eyes of Tucker Carlson. He lives to repudiate the existence of people like Mark Cuban.
You look like
I mean, I think about it a lot. I think about the devaluation of the dollar. I think about it's just not worth as much. And I know that in my own, I'm not an investor. I don't invest in anything, but in the things that I buy with an eye to retaining value, they're physical things. I just don't believe in any of this at all. And so I caught myself the other day, and I'm at such a low sort of level compared to everyone else here. I'm not especially rich, but like I had a little bit of extra money, and I'm like, it really was like the Weimar impulse. Like, shit, I gotta buy something soon
before the dollar's worth less.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I know, and I live in a very rural area, and most of my friends are crazy, but people I know are thinking in terms of like land, gold, ammo. Right. Like, I don't think that water. I don't think that's. No, I mean, are you really laughing? Yeah. Or are you tittering nervously? Because you know that's not insane.
Right.
So I own
tittering. This is the first time that I've heard the word tittering used in years. My man reads. He's a man of culture.
A shit ton of Bitcoin, first and foremost, right? Kind of a hedge. Have probably 5 years now.
Yep.
But we do need to cut costs, and I'm hoping AI is a path there.
Every time he talks, Tucker looks at the ground. You notice when the other guys are like asking questions or talking, he's looking around. As soon as Mark starts talking, Tucker's looking at the ground, just like taking deep breaths, practicing. He's focusing. He's praying, trying not to lunge across the couch and choke him.
You know, government as a service, AI as a service, reducing the number of people it takes to get things done. Understanding that laws that were written in the 60s, this is kind of the abundance thing, right? Laws that were written in the 60s that are still in place.
Sydney Sweeney is tittering all the time. Indeed she is. Indeed she is, Slutty Milk. Thank you for your contribution, sir. Thank you for your attention to those matters.
Won't apply now. It's kind of like the government version of the innovator's dilemma. We have to modify things that are in place already so we can start to optimize. And I think we haven't done that in a long, long time. And I don't think we're in the process of changing that right now.
But may I ask, and I'm not against anything you said. I mean, okay. I'm for technocratic solutions to moral problems too, but.
Those sorts of lines. Oh, I'm for technocratic solutions to moral problems too. It's a Tucker line. I don't know how to describe it, but like when he says that, it's just it's ruthless, man. It's ruthless in a single sentence. A dozen words. He just disemboweled the man. He has this gift for getting just right at the heart of an issue. Yeah, rhetorical bitch slap. Yeah, that's the backhands to the face. That's I'm going to demean you and humiliate you with the backhand to the cheek.
I wonder, just kidding. I'm wondering what the aim is. It seems
that right now.
But may I ask, and I'm not against anything you said. I mean, okay. I'm for technocratic solutions to moral problems too, but I wonder, just kidding. I'm wondering what the aim is. It seems like with any project, like you begin by articulating your goal,
right?
Which is like one thing America's super bad at. So if you want to get to the moon, say so. And then if you don't get there, just fake it or whatever, like we did. But but it begins with, again, kidding, but it begins with saying what the goal
is. So when he says again kidding, he's not kidding. So he's doing this like, he's doing the like fake agreement to make fun of you. And then he's lying and saying he's telling the truth, and then he's telling the truth and saying he's lying. The dude is so sharp.
It's like, what kind of society do you want? Yeah. No, but you never, I'm not attacking you at all. I do think you should money to Ukraine, but I think we're all at fault. It's all like, well, how can we do this more efficiently? Well, do what? Like, in the end, I want to live in a society where people live in single family homes with little lawns that they own, that are not going to be taken away from them, like actual property rights, not theoretical property. It's like my house, okay? I want married people, and I want them to have children and grandchildren with the rough assurance, the future, of course, being fundamentally unknown, but rough assurance that, like, it'll kind of be the same. Radical change all the time drives people insane.
Yeah, but
so
it's not radical change to do.
It's not radical change, dude. I grew up in this city. I don't recognize it. I'm only 56. That's radical change.
What, you talking about Los Angeles?
Yeah. Like, what is this?
Look, you can go in any decade, any generation.
Rick Caruso.
No, there's never been population. Change. Okay, then I dare you then, because I know you're a historian, give me another example other than the mass rape by the Mongols of population change, like what we've seen in the West over the past 50 years.
Look at Jamin.
Example other than the mass rape by the Mongols of population change, like what we've seen in the
Chamath is like, definitely didn't expect to see an execution during my podcast, but I'm here for it.
The West over the past 50 years. You can't, because there isn't one in all recorded history. So you can
play it again close up here. It's close for me between Chamath and Sachs for my favorite guy on the All In podcast.
What we've seen in the West over the past 50 years. You can't, because there isn't one in all recorded history. So you can be for it or against it, but you can't say there's a precedent.
Answering your own questions.
That way I get to the right answer. I just answer my own questions. Yeah. This is a monologue posing as a colloquy.
Let me bring
a colloquy. A colloquy. I have not heard someone use the term colloquy in so long.
To AI job displacement. It's been a big debate we've been having on the pod. We all know that AI is going to replace a large number of jobs. Do we know that?
I don't know.
Well, if
that
it takes
either.
any
Yeah.
self-driving car replaces 4 or 5 drivers, full-time positions, that's indisputable.
But there could be different jobs.
Well, okay, we're going to get to that. But for our guests, do you think we're going to have a job displacement that could be acute, and how should we handle that? Because we're seeing people make Optimus robots. The idea that any human's going to be in a factory sorting things, and all the factories we're making today are designed explicitly to not have humans in it. We may be talking about bringing back and onshoring factory jobs. That's not happening. All the new factories are going to be run by robots. We all know that. They're lights-out facilities. So what's the best worst-case scenario here?
Slutty Milk says, this is so brutal, let's call it a pogrom. Banger!
Terms of management.
Can I give you the upside?
Please.
And everyone knows this, but like, you know, the IBEW is fine, like your electrician will still exist. We've got 1 million lawyers and a little fewer than 1 million lawyers in the United States, and a lot of them are just SOL. And I think it's just so great to think of unemployed. No, I'm serious. So it's going to...
I think it's just so great to think of unemployed lawyers. My man! You see what I mean? You see what I mean? He is hiding power levels, but they're breaking through. He is the master of illusion. Sorry, the master of illusion, not illusion, the master of illusion. He knows exactly what he's saying.
I do think, to some extent, it's going to affect the worst, most entitled, most annoying classes of people, okay? So,
Life support on Polygus says Tucker is the John Wick of talking. Banger!
that's an upside. I don't want to see any other working class people. So can I say this one thing? You can displace farm workers. What are they going to do about it? You can displace factory workers who'll just kill themselves with drugs and fast food, which they have done. And you'll feel sort of guilty, but then ignore it. If you do that to lawyers and nonprofit sector employees who I lived around in DC, you will get a revolution. And I mean that. I'm dead serious. Where did Pol Pot come from? There's never been a revolution that wasn't fomented by frustrated members of the sort of insurgent class.
Yeah, exactly.
It's totally true. Sub-aristocrat, but the striving class, the most repulsive people there are, I think we'd fair to say, but also the most intent on getting what they want. And if you...
Flamethrower. If you want a revolution, put the striving class out of work.
Put them out of business. I mean, I'm not joking at all. I think
we're seeing this.
Could get unstable.
We're seeing this already, and one could argue that the Mamdani election.
And the illusion there is that striving class, those people, the people who inhabit DC, the Beltway, all of those, these are the most disgusting people. They're communists. Those are the communists. That's exactly. He's tying a connection between the lawyers, the striving class, the DC Beltway creatures, and Pol Pot communists.
Election surge may be the result of young people coming out of colleges that were in that exact same situation.
Striving elite, and they don't have non-rent.
And they were told that if they take on $400,000 of debt, they'll end up making a good living and progressing in life, buying a home, and all of that turned out to not be fucking true.
So I got 2 kids in college. And what I tell them is, if you were looking for a job at a big company, you're not going to get it.
Right.
And Cuban is not like... This conversation is happening at a couple standard deviations of IQ above Cuban's head. J-Cal as well. I think J-Cal's smarter than Cuban, but Chamath and Friedberg and Sachs are picking up exactly what he's saying. Cuban is, nope.
Because the big companies can implement what they need to do with AI in the short term. The small to middle-sized companies need all the help they can get from AI natives, right? Because walking in and understanding AI and being able to implement for that company is a huge step forward to them. So I think that's one way to where we will adjust. Number 2.
Tucker is talking about like societal level historical trends, like, and Cuban is like, well, what I tell my kids is here's a little bit of handy life advice that's going to work for you for the next 5 years. Oh, I'm solving the problems. Look at me, the smart guy. Oh yeah, learn AI. I mean, yeah, it's good advice. It's good advice. Become sophisticated with the AI tools, and you'll be able to make a difference over the next few years before they massively proliferate. This is good career advice for people for the next half a decade or so. But he has no idea what sort of conversation is happening around him.
2, right? The tools you have as someone in college, there's no better time to be in college or just graduating than right now, because you have more resources available to you in your phone than anybody in the history of everything, right? Because if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to do whatever it is, you have every expert that's right there available to you. And it's not going to go as far as you think in the short term, but in the long term, it comes down to robotics. Because the electrical workers, if robotics do what robotics need to do, they're fucked.
Tucker, the body language with Tucker, it screams. Putting his hand over his mouth like that, this is him physically restraining himself. And actually, what Cuban's saying here is actually, it's pretty accurate. But it just, everything about him is just, there's those titties again, showing through his blue shirt. He is everything that Tucker lives to despise.
Right? Because here's the disconnect right now that I think people don't understand in AI. On one hand, we're so used to the large language models, right? But those are all text.
That like hand on mouth is like trying not to vomit.
Driven. They don't know anything that's happening here. They can't acquire all this video. They can't adapt. There's a huge latency, and it's all text, and all their IP is being siloed, right? They're going to have to pay for it. So
Tyler says, that's the face you make when you want to suffocate someone with a pillow. He's going to suffocate him with his man boobs.
All have their own specialties. A lawyer, large language, there'll be millions of large language models. Robotics, on the other hand, it's not even so much about self-driving cars or what I use in the factories of cost-plus drugs. It's about in your house. It's about walking down the streets. It's about doing those things. So if you tell, you have to get to a point, we have to get to a point for it to be impactful where you can say to a robot, clean the house. And they'll know not to touch Jason's socks, right? And they'll know, right? The whole idea is robots use video. And they capture and they have to be able to process that video, which means understanding the laws of physics. Which
Wait, would you let a robot with a video camera in your house, honestly?
Yes, right? And beyond that, right?
You're a very self-confident man, aren't you?
Right, houses are going to be redesigned, because right now, when we design houses and we design robots, we design them to work for us, and the optimal robots aren't going to look anything like us at all.
Look at Sachs.
And robots, we design them to work for us, and the optimal...
Look at Sachs smirking.
Robots aren't going to look anything like us at all.
Mark, we're running out of time. Tucker, lightning round. Was Epstein a spy?
No.
Is Putin
We're going to stay with Tucker now.
We're going to stay with Tucker for a little bit?
Yeah, we're going to stay with Tucker.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
So,
we just want to
you
thank
gave it
away, man. Now I'm going to prepare my answer.
Let's thank Mark Cuban, everybody.
Tucker's going to stay.
Tucker's going to stay for a little bit. Okay, sorry. Great job, brother.
At the end of the day, though, he's still a gentleman. He still shakes the man's hand.
Move on, okay, Tucker. Now you get your own segment here. All right. So I need to get these answers. Okay.
Look at those knockers, man.
Costplusdrugs.com.
Yes. So I need to get these answers. Okay.
Costplusdrugs.com.
Yes. Was Epstein a spy?
Oh, I didn't even. Did he pull his hand?
Move on. Okay, so Tucker's gonna stay for a little bit. Okay. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he did.
Great job, brother. Move on. Okay, Tucker. Now you get your own segment here. All right. So I need to get these answers. Okay.
Costplusdrugs.com.
Yes. Was Epstein a spy? Is Putin a war criminal? And what was Sachs like in college? Go.
Was Epstein a spy? No. I don't know. I do know a lot about the story. I don't think he was a conventional, he wasn't like an asset or something. He did a ton of work on behalf of intel agencies.
He
American.
did do work on behalf of intel.
Yes, well, no question. He was involved in Iran-Contra. American, French, Israeli, probably British. But there are a lot of, I know a million people, and so do you, in that category.
Yeah, there's
which
a number
is
of
most people who travel a lot.
Okay, now
I know a lot of people are doing that.
War criminal?
Let me define war criminal. A war criminal is anybody who kills the innocent.
This answer. When I heard this, I was like, I'm very curious to hear what he says. Because, remember when he mentioned Putin earlier? And he was like, everyone's, Russian asset. And then he's like, and this is before I loved Putin. Which is one of those things where he's saying it as a joke, but he actually means it. So now I'm like, how's he going to answer this question? And it's, oof.
And that's what terrorism is. That's what a war crime is. That's the basis of Western justice, is that we punish the guilty.
Okay.
We punish people as individuals, not as groups, because we don't believe in, in blood guilt. We don't believe in collective punishment. And
we don't believe in blood guilt.
And so by that standard, there are very few are innocent. I'm not being a relativist here. But I think it's really important to define the term. Yep. And just to say it again, a war crime and terrorism have the same root crime, which is punishing the innocent, period. And if there's one thing that Western civilization exists to uphold, it's his sense of fairness and justice, and it's rooted in that. We punish the guilty. We do not punish the guilty's relatives. We don't punish people who look like the guilty, from the same place as the guilty. We punish the individual because we believe that all people are fundamentally equal, not in their aptitude, but in their value, because they're all created by God. That is the West. The West! The West! We're fighting to uphold the Western value. No, what is it then? That's what it is. And so to the extent you fall short of that, yes, you are a criminal. Period.
Now, most importantly.
Fantastic answer. Did not take the bait. Did not take the bait and implicated a whole bunch of people by illusion.
What was sex like in college? Take us back to
totally fucking out of control. You know, I never. It's funny. People are always like, if you mix cocaine and ayahuasca, it's really hard to stand on the roof of a moving car. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Until you see someone do it.
Absolutely. But more importantly, if you bang one of these.
You don't want to hear more?
Where are we at? No, we're going to get there, but I want to be on the same level as you. Are you banging 9s or 3s right now?
I don't want to say on the grounds. It'll make me seem impossibly cool, but 9s, obviously.
Here you go. You get it chilled. What do you got? What are you packing? I know you got something.
I pack, and I'm not allowed to make any medical claims, though these two cure illness.
No, these just make you a god. I can just tell you, these make you a god. But what do you got? Come on, trust. You got to share.
It's my version of costplusdrugs.com.
Oh, wow. Ooh, sweet nectar. Ooh.
Sweet nectar 9s. Yes, I have one in.
Well, that puts me at 12. Let's go.
I've used nicotine for 41 years.
Come on, Sax, get on the level.
Cal is going to become so difficult this afternoon.
Oh, man.
No.
Friedberg. I love how the rest of them are all like Friedberg or like J. Cal is the retarded kid that follows them around, which is basically what he is. The other three guys are genuinely accomplished, successful. J. Cal is a socialite. He's a socialite that parlayed some friendships into some investments, and he's competent. He's competent. He's a smart guy, but he's not on the level of the rest of them. And the rest of them just tolerate him. Here's our retarded friend that, you know, he exists, so we have a punching bag, and we love him. But Friedberg's like, oh, God, now he's going to be a retard.
It's crazy what they do. You know, the health benefits are insane. I never go to the doctor. I eat a lot of pizza. I never intentionally exercise. I'm 56, and I feel great, and I mean that. And I
mean, you look great in Niseko.
Okay, I need to get this back on the rails.
Okay, back on the rails.
Tucker, I would like to go around the world in the 11 minutes that we have and just get your reaction to a bunch of different things. Okay, let's start. In Europe, UK, and then just continental Europe, what has happened?
I feel like all of those nations, the Anglosphere specifically, but Western Europe in general, is poised for massive change, and I just hope it ends peacefully. But the story in the West is population change, period.
The man is always on message. My wife says he's what Charlie could have been had he gotten another 25 years. Yes. Yeah. Now, I'm sure Tucker saw Charlie as a son of sorts, a son or like a nephew, kind of.
That's the story. And following from that comes cultural and political change. And it's always painful. I don't think it's always bad, personally. But at the scale it's happened way too fast, and there will either be, you know, like a true reaction of the kind that none of us want to see, or there will be full totalitarian clampdown.
What was at the root of, for example, there was a post on X that said that Canada's population increased by 30% in like the last 7 years?
Yeah. 35%.
10 years. In the UK, when you look...
Simultaneous with government-sponsored suicide, where Native Canadians are encouraged to kill themselves at government expense for non-terminal illnesses up to and including economic distress. And that's sponsored by the government. It's called the MAIDS program. It's the darkest thing that's happened since Europe in the 30s. We're instructed to ignore it. The government advertises it in conjunction with private businesses in Canada. And it's like, it's one of those things where your grandkids, assuming you have them, allowed to have them, are going to ask you, like, what was that? And why didn't anybody say anything about it? I gave a speech in Canada recently and mentioned it. I started with it because it's like so mesmerizingly horrifying. And people just like stared at me like, I don't think we're supposed to talk about that. It's like the brainwashing is so generational and crazy that they can't even notice when people are dying at the behest of the government. The behest, by the way.
And to be clear what we're talking about, assisted suicide, end-of-life suicide, you can go in, you can set a date.
Not for the terminally ill, for like the bummed out or veterans who don't have adequate housing. We'll kill you for free. And they are pushing that program. And thousands of people have died. And they, of course, they don't release most of the numbers, but they did release numbers this summer that showed it's like 100% Native Canadian.
Yeah.
Because people who show up there from Gujarat were like, why would I kill myself? This is awesome. Like, they have the spirit of life in them. And what is that? You know, it's not just the government. I mean, there's something going on with Western populations that is suicidal, and they're participating in it.
Do you think that's related to fertility and birth rates?
Fertility and birth rates, their decline reflect the change that I'm describing, which is very obvious. I spent a lot of time in Europe for a bunch of reasons, and I have family there, and it's like, I was just there, and it's like, I can't even believe this is happening. Why doesn't anybody say anything?
There was a survey that was just published today. I got to pull it up, but it surveyed 12 things, ranked them in order of importance. Men that voted for Trump, number 1 was having children. Women that voted for Kamala, number 12 out of 12.
And do you remember the percentage? This is women who voted for Kamala Harris, American women, asked your priorities. What percentage said having children was an interest of theirs?
What was it?
6%.
Why?
So that's suicide. That's you're watching the end of something.
Why?
That's people voluntarily.
Is it a deep pessimism about society? Is it a deep...
Notice Notice the level of conversation from Mark Cuban at the beginning to Tucker Carlson at the end, and how engaged they are with him. Yeah, what is that? Is a Tuckerism. A legendary Tuckerism.
Depression that I can't progress in life? Where's
no,
it?
I think, I mean, yes, of course that's what it is. But I mean, that's without precedent, really. Even in the final years of the Soviet Union, there was no indication that it was that bad. But it is reflective of what a defeated empire does, like a defeated peoples. But I personally think there's something bigger going on. Why is it happening in New Zealand? Why is it happening in Ireland? These are not colonial power. Ireland was never a colonial power. They were colonized.
South Korea.
Which if you spend any time in... By the way, a green friend of mine said to me, in 50 years, there will be only North Korea.
Are these all just post-industrial? Is that what they are versus rising?
Isn't that a thought? For how horrifying North Korea has been to everyone's sensibilities. North Korea will outlive South Korea. There's an object lesson for you.
Industrial.
I think
it's not happening in Africa. It's not happening in parts of South Asia.
Just the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite.
You can feel the life force when you go
Fertility
to
rate or birth rates in Africa, I think, are like 6 to 7.
But the global South more broadly, that is true. And Middle East, but yeah, I mean, there are lots of causes, but there's a spiritual root. I mean, the secular places are killing themselves.
Yeah.
And the religious places. It's not happening with Orthodox Jews in Borough Park.
Does the industrialization kill religion?
The atom bomb killed religion. Hiroshima killed the West. Because, of course, you're God now. And every assumption we've made since August of 1945, 80 years ago, has been based on the core, often unstated belief that we're in full control of nature.
This is just, God bless Tucker Carlson, man. These are just, pardon the pun, these are just nukes he is dropping on these people. An extremely secularized audience. This is a Silicon Valley audience. And he is preaching the good word to him.
Right. It's also why we became so deeply...
And he knows how to do it. He's such a fantastic communicator, and he can deliver these sorts of messages that almost nobody else could deliver in a way that it would get it's feed the pill to the dog. He's like the sumptuous little thing that you put around the treat so that the dog will take it. He's the piece of cheese that you put the pill in that the dog will take it.
Techno-pessimistic, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think there's some evidence since August of 1945, 80 years ago, has been based on the core, often unstated belief that we're in full control of nature.
He's also saying that the beginning of the downfall was 1945. The post-war order, there's something deeply spiritually wrong about the post-war order.
Right. It's also why we became so deeply techno-pessimistic, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's some evidence to support that pessimism.
This is something that the Japanese people can kind of teach us from, because the last 2 times I was there, 2 different people said they weren't having kids. I asked why, and they said it's immoral to bring children into a world of global climate change, and that it would just be totally immoral because the temperatures are rising. And I was just like, are these people been hallucinating? Like,
well, they don't even go through the steps required to have children in the first place.
Right.
So like any society where people have to be encouraged to have sex is a society that has decided to extinguish itself. Because that's like honestly, that's like being Bobby Sands and starving yourself to death. That's like you're at war with nature. You've decided my most basic impulses must be overridden in the service of what? Death. And so I've never been a super religious person. I'm certainly becoming one, that's for sure, at high speed. Just in reaction to watching.
There's the understatement of the night. He definitely is becoming one at very high speed.
What's happening, and I think it's the darkest thing that's happened in 1,000 years, at least.
We were talking about SSRIs earlier. What's your take on this medication of everybody with these antidepressants
illegal
and Adderall?
Immediately. SSRIs.
I think it should be illegal immediately. And here you see why he has the contempt for Cuban that he does.
I mean, don't get me going. But let me just say, and I say this, I should say as a sober person who doesn't use deodorant and doesn't believe in any of that stuff. I don't take any pills ever.
Doesn't use deodorant.
You have to be as crazy as I am to wonder, like, what does an SSRI do? Well, we've been taught falsely that they correct a chemical imbalance. Okay, if it's an imbalance, what's the baseline? There's no answer to that.
No.
What's the actual diagnosis of, say, bipolar disorder? Unknown. There is none.
No.
So on the basis of, that's not science at all, that's witchcraft.
It's a question.
Oh, man, Slutty Milk. SSR guys. SS our guys. Free Twitter name for the taking. Someone grab that one.
But on the basis of it, they prescribe. There's no answer to that. No. What's the actual diagnosis of, say, bipolar disorder? Unknown. There is none.
No.
So on the basis of, that's not science at all, that's witchcraft.
It's a questionnaire.
But on the basis of it, they prescribe drugs which do not correct a chemical imbalance, they limit emotional range. And limiting emotional...
This is so good. This is Tucker cooking.
Range is taking someone's soul. Emotional range is your soul. Like, that's what it is. You feel sad when someone dies, you feel joyful when something great happens. That's what it is to be alive. That's called life, the human experience. Yeah. So, by the way, the effects of this, unintended but very common effects, include genital amnesia. You know what that is? That's when you feel nothing between your knees and your navel, permanently. And there are tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands, because 1/5 of the entire American population is on SSRIs, who feel nothing, who are permanently sexually disabled by these drugs. Now, are there people you know or I know personally who were going to kill themselves and they got on an SSRI and they didn't? That's a massive success. Thank God for that. There is no indication ever for prescribing an SSRI for 5 years, 10 years, same with benzos, which are also prescribed. Same with amphetamines that we give to our children. The whole country is addled on drugs, and it's changing the nature of people and making them into something that is less than people, and it should be banned immediately.
100% agree.
I think it's crazy that it's happening.
I mean...
Man, that is so dark. So dark. The hypermedication of everyone is making them into something less than people. Making us into animals. It's severing us from God.
We're giving kids speed. We're giving them meth.
And good people are doing it. People I know that I'm related to who would die for their children are told by doctors, air quotes doctors, who know nothing about the long-term effects because they've never been studied, to put their kids on meth. And they do because they love their children.
I want to make sure we get to a couple of other things. Tucker, just react to what happened this weekend in Charlotte on the train with the woman who was stabbed by...
I think it's got to be a turning point. I mean, I think that...
Oh, man. A turning point. Wow.
The number one thing you don't want...
How can there be just a coordinated suppression? How does that happen?
Well, that's, this is how people wind up with really dark theories about what's happening, because why would you suppress that? If a young woman, by the way, Ukrainian, I wish costplusdrugs.com was here so I could ask him, but like if you really care... Mark, sorry. Costplusdrugs.com. I wish I could ask if you...
It's so fucking savage. Oh, right on the heels of him just nuking the entire pharma industry from orbit and then going right back to that. It is Tucker. I'm telling you guys, Tucker was feeling it.
If you care about the Ukrainian people, one was just stabbed to death on a train for being white. Why doesn't anybody say it? Where's Bill Kristol on this? Like, we love the Ukrainians. One just got stabbed in the neck on public transportation and no one cares? Like, what? I don't have an answer to your question. I will say that the one thing you have to worry about in a multi-ethnic society is ethnic conflict, because it's enduring. It doesn't go away. It's generational. And we're moving toward that. She was stabbed because she was white. And everyone knows that, actually. And knowing that and not...
How effortlessly. He is in an audience full of libs. Mostly shit libs. Silicon Valley. He's got a Silicon Valley audience, and he is just right into, in a multi-ethnic society, you're going to have ethnic conflict. We know that. It's common. It's obvious.
Not being able to say anything about it because you fear you're going to be called names doesn't make the problem go away. It makes you move to Bozeman, and it makes the problem worse. And that's what you're seeing. Everyone I know who can afford it is moving to Bozeman or Jackson or Sun Valley or whatever, but they all have one thing in common. Okay, let's just stop lying. And I don't like that.
They have one thing in common. What is the thing they have in common? Why are they moving to Montana or Wyoming?
The N-word.
Okay, because that suggests, okay, everyone I know who can afford it is moving to Bozeman or Jackson or Sun Valley or whatever, but they all have one thing in common. Okay, let's just stop lying. And I don't like that. Okay, because that suggests a future of ethnic conflict, which is like, ask anybody from a country that has, ask a Belgian. Belgium has ethnic conflict. Yeah. So this is inherent to the human condition, and you want to be very thoughtful in trying to avoid it, and things like that exacerbate it like to a crazy animal level. That
Tucker, let me just ask, do you, three parts to this, but short. Do you believe that there is rising anti-Semitism in the West? And why do people say that you are contributing to it? Why has that become?
Well, I think there's rising anti-Semitism on the left and right. There's definitely rising anti-Semitism, for sure, and I hate it. You don't have to believe me.
You hate it, on the record, right?
Well, of course I hate it.
Yeah, because there's a lot of social media, a lot of this coordinated effort from large industry groups saying Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite. Why is that the case?
Yeah. Attacking my children over it. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. Right.
And I actually called an Israeli official who I know a bunch of them, including the Prime Minister, and said, why are you doing this to me?
How's that for a little reveal? He called an Israeli official and said, "Why are you doing this to me?" The accusation that he is an anti-Semite, the insinuation here is that the accusation that he is an anti-Semite is a coordinated, intentional policy of the Israeli government.
If you think I'm your enemy, man, you're really out to lunch, and they're totally out to lunch. And I've never seen anybody mismanage anything the way the government of Israel is mismanaging the response to what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank. And the way to, and it's not my country, but I'm just noticing that this is really bad for everybody.
Noticing.
Two things. One,
Tucker's noticing.
You have to be willing. If I stand up and say, you know, I'm an American, my family's been here for 300 years, 400 years, and I love this country, but my government's done a lot of horrible things. No one's like, you hate America. If you're like, I love Israel, or I like Israel, I'm a visitor to Israel, frequent visitor to Israel. But this.
Interesting. That was a little slip there. He went from I love Israel to I like Israel.
This is not good. Shut up! That's not helpful at all. Like, you turn your allies into enemies by acting that way, A. B.
Tucker noticing. Slutty Milk, how do you do it?
Conflating a nation state with an ethnic group is not a long-term strategy. It's not wise because you are tied to the temporal politics, the politics of the moment. Like Bibi's political, I don't hate Bibi, but his political fortunes, individual political fortunes, play a role in his calculation in everything that he does. True with all politicians. You want to tie an entire group to that? I don't think that's very smart. You can say, I really like Israel, I love Israel, I have family in Israel, whatever you think about Israel, but like, I don't think this is a good idea, or I'm offended by it, or whatever. If you eliminate the distinction between a political organization, which is a synonym for government, and an ethnic group, boy, you're going to hurt that ethnic group, and that's exactly what's happened. It's so bad, and it freaks me out. And I will say once again that my views on Israel apply to the United States, they apply to Senegal, they apply to Malaysia, they apply to people.
But not to the Jewish people.
Oh, come on, dude.
Right.
No.
Right.
And I don't even fight back against it because I'm like, that's so low. Right. I'm not playing your fucking game, okay? My view is really simple. I don't think that it is allowable. It is the most immoral thing to punish the innocent. The United States government has punished the innocent a lot. They did it during COVID. I yelled about it every night on Fox News. All governments do this because all leaders get carried away with hubris and they treat people like numbers or enemies or non-human beings and they kill them. I'm opposed to that. We're all opposed to that, by the way. I'm opposed when it happens in Gaza. I'm opposed when it happens in Texas. I'm just opposed. And all of a sudden we've reached this place where people are so overwrought and defensive. I came out and said something about, I don't know, I'm glad we beat Imperial Japan. I'm kind of sad that we incinerated all those people with the atom bomb. Ben Shapiro did a whole segment about how I was like a Quisling or something. You hate America. No, I love America. That's why I don't ever want anybody to kill people who didn't do anything wrong. That is the basis of justice. We punish the guilty. We can argue about to what degree they should be punished. Should it be Norway where they get high-speed internet and massages? Or should it be, Malawi where they rot in a cave? But
why are we not allowed?
We don't punish the innocent, and that includes children, all children.
Tucker, why are we not allowed to say we are absolutely saddened at the tragedy that happened on October 7th, and we're absolutely appalled at watching people starve and innocents being killed in Gaza and not being able to get them aid? Why can't you say both things and not be criticized?
You should be, and I've decided that.
Isn't that very interesting that it seems like it's been kind of subtle, but we've moved to the point where it's now among basically regime lolbert types like J. Cal. It's the normal accepted thing to actually say. It used to be you couldn't even utter the slightest little hint toward something bad is happening in Gaza. Now it's just universally recognized. Yeah, what's happening in Gaza is not okay. The Israeli government has completely and utterly torched their political capital.
That I'm old enough, and I know, God, now I sound like such a fraud, I know my heart, but you can feel the hate coming off people or whatever. I would hear Obama talk, and I always really liked Obama before he became a senator, but I would hear him talk and be like, wow, that's animated by hate. And it would be in this is your captain speaking voice, but it didn't matter. I was like my dogs, I could feel what was in him. And I feel very confident.
Those little things like that. I was like my dogs. I could feel what was in him. There's you have the spiritual sense, this intuition about someone. You don't need to you don't really need to know a lot about them, or you could just smell it.
In my views, I like people, and I just feel that way. And I'm not going to play the game where I have to be like, oh, actually, my wife is part Jewish or whatever.
Final question.
Play. I'm not going to do that. I think we should stand on principle. Don't punish the innocent. I don't care who you are. No one has a special dispensation that allows him or his country to punish the innocent. And if you do, I'm going to call you on it.
And let me just back up. In lieu of a final question, I just want to back up Tucker on this, that the basis of conservatism is not believing that any government is sacred.
Thank you, David Sachs!
Every government should be subject to criticism because we know that they will always abuse their authority. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. All governments must be subject to criticism, and governments shouldn't seek to make themselves immune by essentially calling people names. And I've known Tucker for 30 years. He doesn't have an anti-Semitic bone in his body, and it really pisses me off the way that he gets attacked for criticizing the conduct of a government.
I'm not even that critical, by the way. That's the hilarious thing. I'm not even that critical. Like, I have been around,
David,
and
as we
I know
wrap
that
here,
people do shitty things, and I'm not
I think for what it's worth, you're an American treasure. And I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Sachs, as we wrap here, tell us about the meet cute moment when you met Tucker and you fell in love with
Oh, the
Tucker.
meet
'Cause
cute.
You love Tucker.
Ah, yeah, meet cute.
Give us
Tell
the
us.
meet cute. You come around a cubicle. What happens? You see Tucker, he's got the bow tie.
You guys lock eyes. How did it?
Yeah, what happens?
It was at lunch in Union Station in Washington, D.C. I'll never forget.
Tell us, Sachs, your earliest memory of Tucker.
Just camaraderie born of some common views. So.
Yeah.
And can I say one thing about David? David was saying, I don't even get into it, but he was saying things that now would be considered, well, of course, but at the time were like pretty brave. I thought he had written a book, and we had a mutual childhood friend, and I was like super impressed because he was saying things that the people around him would be like, you don't need to say that. Why are you doing that? And he was just totally principled, completely principled. And you just don't meet that many people like that.
Yeah. You have a straight shot to the presidency. Are you going to take it? You, Tucker Carlson.
To being president?
You have your fans want it. They want you to run. You have the audience. You have the skill. You have the intellect. Would you consider public service?
Not even for a second, but if I did, I would be like, John F. Kennedy was very moderate, actually, on almost everything. They killed him anyway. So, like, I'd make it about 10 minutes.
Self-preservation is a strong driver.
I get the Jack Ruby kind of cancer. Who knows where he got it, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson.
Oh. Thank you, David.
You're crushing it, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want him as president either. I think Tucker is exactly where he needs to be, and he needs all the security in the world. Pray for that man. Pray for his safety. All the security in the world. All right, very last thing for you guys here tonight. Leaving you with this.
Your name may not appear down here in this World's Hall of Fame. In fact, you may be so unknown that no one knows your name. The Oscars and the praise of men may never come your way, but don't forget God has rewards that he'll hand out someday. This crowd on earth, they will soon forget when you're not at the top. They'll cheer like mad until you fall, and then their praise will stop. Not God, he never does forget. And in his Hall of Fame, by just believing on his Son, forever there's your name. I tell you, friend, I wouldn't trade my name, however small, that's written there beyond the stars in that celestial hall. For all the famous names on earth of the glory that they share, I'd rather be an unknown here than have my name up there. Your name may not appear down.
Jim Caviezel's a patriot too. All right, guys, that is it. It was a long one, almost 5.5 hours. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Go join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. There's great things happening, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. Go to kingpill.com, join the Discord, join a great group of people. Reminder, if you're anywhere near the Pacific Northwest or you want to go to the Pacific Northwest, the first weekend in October, we'll be doing a meetup up there in the Seattle area, probably either somewhere around SeaTac, or we might do it over in Bremerton, Silverdale area. So if you're in that area and you would like to come meet up with us, shoot me a DM on Twitter at RealKingPilled or an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com. And make sure you download the EWBSX app. You can download it on iOS or on Android. Go to ewbsx.store and please contribute some crystals to the cause. We've got many more things we plan to build with it, and we're going to need your guys' help. So all the crystals you can contribute, givesendgo.com/EWBSX, and you can go to ewbsx.store, get some merch, and keep an eye out for more merch coming soon. And go subscribe to the Substack and go follow the Telegram channel. Just search for King Pilled on Telegram. Go follow there. And Yeah. We also have a Telegram chat with the King Pill Discord. It's basically a backup if something happens with the Discord. I'm kind of expecting that we're going to get a crackdown on Discord soon. So I told everyone in there, like, mind your P's and Q's. Don't give them any extra reasons to look our way. Let the administration do their thing and have their. We don't need to give them extra reasons to. We don't need to be a pain in their ass. Mind our P's and Q's. No Fed posting. None of that. But in the event that the Discord does go down, we'll have to go to some other alternative. And there's a Telegram group as well for King Pill members of the King Pill Discord. So if Telegram is more your speed, there are people in there and they'll be chatting and stuff. So you get access to that if you join kingpilled.com. And yeah, have yourselves a great weekend. Appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all the tips. And there's also Cash App and what is there? Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, Venmo. Links are, you can find the links if you really want to find them. They'll be in the description on the YouTube video or in the podcatchers and the Substack description. I'm losing my voice. Appreciate all your guys' support. Go to church on Sunday. Go to church. Keep up your prayer rule. And for now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania